Morning, everybody. Hope everybody's well. I heard the Ceilidh went very well last night, so there's probably a few sore heads. Just a reminder that the vote for the ordinary member is still open, and that closes at 7 p.m. tonight. So you should have received an email. Check your spam if you haven't got it in your main account. And if you've got any issues, come and let me know so that we can sort it out. But that closes at 7 o'clock tonight, so don't forget to vote. And enjoy the rest of your day, guys.
Morning, everybody. We have a busy day of conference, and Corey mentioned the conference Ceilidh last night, which I'd describe as small but perfectly formed. It was an excellent evening, those who could remember what happened. I'd like to say thanks to Tony Coogan and his band, who were excellent, and the very handsome Piper. I'd left before the Piper arrived, more fool me. He's a handsome man. So those ladies and men in the audience, you missed yourselves. Although I understand that our Deputy Leader Neil Hanby was a belle of the ball and danced to every single Ceilidh number going, so glad you all had a good time. Now, there is a lot happening today, and we have some guest speakers as well. I'm delighted to say, you'll be aware, there are a couple of pensioners who are suing the UK and Scottish Government over the winter fuel payment allowance. And we are joined by the most excellent Peter Fanning, who we will be hearing from later today to give us an update and advise us a bit of the genesis of the whole case, which of course came from our beloved Alex Salmond. But we'll hear from Peter. Also, in a special section on a tribute to the late, greatest Alex Salmond, we'll be hearing from Owen Dudley-Edwards, who'll be speaking to us with some very special words about Alex. We've got a special session on canvassing and the ballot box results for ALBA, which is very interesting for you to know about. We also have a financial appeal, which is going to be conducted by Angus Brendan McNeill, which felt like a good idea when I suggested it. Now I know he's got a hangover, perhaps not so, but that is in the afternoon till I have sufficient time to recover. So you can look forward to that. To give you more of a heads up on the topical and emergency motions, because I want you to have the opportunity to contribute, I asked the conference committee to meet this morning, which we did, rather than at lunchtime, even though the motions are heard after lunch, so that you can look at what the motions are and have sufficiency of time. It doesn't seem right reading them so quickly to you and asking you to accept the position. So we have 3 motions that have been agreed so far, 2 topical motions and 1 emergency motion. The 2 topical motions, one is on assisted dying and the other is on future conferences and elections for ALBA. And the emergency motion is on the appalling sectarian attacks on a Catholic primary school in Busby. All of these motions are online and will be put up online in the next few minutes, so you've got a chance to have a look at them on the party website, the conference element of it, so you've got a chance to speak to those motions. And if you need to see a version, I'm happy to show you on my iPad. And that is it. And of course, the highlight of today will be our leader's speech, which we can all look forward to in the afternoon. So an awful lot happening and many motions to go through. Lovely to see so many of you here. We're going to start, before we get onto the agenda, just by a special presentation, which is going to be introduced by Suzanne Blackley. Suzanne.
Good morning, conference. Just a reminder that we have our quiet room, and in the quiet room there is a table with lots of different leaflets that may be helpful to some of you. It gives me great pleasure to introduce Jim, who's going to give you a talk on neurodivergence.
Right. Hi, conference. I've been asked to give a speech on neurodivergence. I'll cut it into sort of certain categories. I'll give a brief explanation as to what neurodivergence is, how it can actually help the ALBA party when we're campaigning in 2026. And I'll finish with what I call the forgotten army, the carers for people that look after neurodivergence. Now, I myself am neurodivergent. I have autism. It's ASDHF through the DSM-5. I love acronyms. And in old money, basically it means I've got Asperger's, which is a high-functioning form of autism. Now, 25% of the audience here today will be neurodivergent. Basically, what I'm talking about here is you'll either be autistic, dyslexic, ADHD, OCD, or if you're a veteran like myself, you could have PTSD. This all comes under the category of neurodivergence. If you want to get more on it, and because I won't waffle on about it, you'll get bored, Google it, and you'll find there is a lot there on it. Now, neurodivergence, we want to be included in life. We want to be seen as normal, but we find it difficult. We have difficulty in socialising. Although I'm sure there's many of you here that know me, say, no, Jim doesn't have any problem socialising. It takes a lot of energy. And I am constantly tired with masking. It's a pretense that I'm putting on to try and act normal. And the issue I have is it comes at a cost. And that cost is tired, continually tired. It stresses me out, it makes me anxious. I then have behavioural problems, and they can lead to a meltdown. Now, the one thing you don't want to see is an autistic person having a meltdown. It's all toys out the pram. And my wife of 43 years, she didn't know what she was taking on at first, because I only knew 10 years ago I had autism. She has learnt. She's my social convener. She knows how to handle me now. And she's probably one of the few people on this planet that can handle me. It's not difficult. It is difficult being a neurodivergent because, as I said a couple of minutes ago, we want to be included in society, but we don't know how to because you could say a lot of us are socially inept. We have little empathy. We have little emotion. We're not devoid of it. It is there, but it's difficult for us. People will come up and they'll say to me, I mean, Charlie Flint, I don't know if Charlie's here today, but Charlie came up to me yesterday and he said, "Hiya, Jim," because Charlie helped me set up the treasurer's accounts for the borders, because I'm the treasurer down there. But I don't look at faces. I'm looking at faces. Yes, I'm seeing your faces, but 5 minutes later, it's gone. The recognition that neurotypicals, which is everybody that's not neurodivergent has, they can recognise faces. They can see facial expressions. I can't. It just washes right over me. So people, when they're talking to me, if you get a blank look from me, please don't be offended. It's just the way that my brain's wired. Now, how can neurodivergence help the ALBA Party? Well, some of us are pretty good at spotting trends. Some of us are very good at programming. We can say we think there's going to be problems here, and maybe not sure what that problem is going to be or how it's going to occur, but people that take notice, and I've had many big Scottish companies, I've said, that's not right, that's going to cause a problem, and it does. They then start taking notice of what you're saying. If you've got neurodivergence within your LACU, please embrace them. Take them on board because they can actually help you. We're useless at door-to-door knocking and chapping, oh, say, please join the ALBA Party. But things like popping leaflets through letterboxes, none better. You tell us you want to do a street, we'll do that street. We'll do every letterbox in that street. And it makes us also feel included because that's what we want to be. We want to be included. We want to be members of this party and we want to be treated equally. So please, embrace your neurodivergence. And for the neurodivergents that are out there in the audience today, you're not alone. there are people there, other people, that could be your person you're sitting next to, that is also neurodivergent. So please do not feel alone. I was given this rather nifty badge. I think it says, I'm here to help. So if someone's looking for a bit of help, they're feeling lonely, they want the quiet room at the back, on the hall, use it, speak to me. But don't be offended if 5 minutes later you walk past me and I don't recognise your face. So that's an example of how neurodivergence can help. Please use us. We want to be included in the party. Now, the forgotten part, the carers. God, they're underpaid, overworked, and grossly forgotten about by the governments. And I include the Scottish and the Westminster governments here. My wife, 43 years ago, she didn't know what she was taking on board when she married me. And as a consequence, and there'll be people in the audience here today that will probably recognise this, the carers end up getting mental health problems themselves. My wife was diagnosed with general anxiety disorder just through trying to keep me on the right path. And it's not easy, I can tell you that right now. I'm standing here now masking, but do I want to be here? Well, not really. I mean, I'd rather be watching a Star Trek movie or reading up on some historic stuff. But thank you. I have to do it because we need a voice out there. Now, I'm also on a government panel for bringing in laws into Scotland for neurodivergence. It's known as the Eldon Bill. Learning disabilities, autism, and neurodivergence. Rather a long name, but basically it's to try what I've just talked about now, bringing inclusivity into Scotland for neurodivergence. It's the first country in the world that's doing this. I can't say too much else about it because I'm sworn to secrecy and confidentiality. However, once it gets passed, I'm being positive here, once it's been passed, Scotland will become one of the leading countries in the world for neurodivergence, staying in there and being included. So if you ever hear about it, there's a long struggle ahead of us. As I usually say when I'm speaking with dignitaries, etc., I'm only 35. This is what 2 years' hard work has done to me, as well as 2 years as being the treasurer down in the borders. Bloody hell. No, carers, they're forgotten. We need to remember these carers as well. If you've got neurodivergence in the membership, their carers will probably be there as well, helping them. So please, can I ask you all to remember them? And yeah, I'm touching chords here. There's people nodding and agreeing with me. It's good. Suzanne is doing a really good job with the Equalities Convener, and support her. We need your help. We've got a suggestion box. So if any of you have suggestions, please write it down. The biro that I put out disappeared last night. But ask at the desk. I'm sure Gail, Audrey or Karen, yes, they're listening in. They'll be able to lend you a pen. You can write down some ideas. We want to hear these ideas. Suzanne needs to hear these ideas so that we can move forward. ALBA have a chance to become, I would say, a leader in Scotland, but a world leader as well, with the way that we treat disabled people. Because there's more to this bill than just neurodivergence. We need to be seen to being inclusive. And I think that's about it, because I see some folk nodding off to sleep. Am I right there, Ian? Yeah, I thought that, mate. Cheers. I like Ian's honesty. And also, there are some books up in the quiet room. They're there for taking. Please take them. There's some stuff on the justice system there for you. It might bore a lot of people, but it's handy just to get a read of what is there. Take the stuff, and hopefully at future conferences we'll have more literature for you guys to have. And thank you very much for taking the time to listen to me.
Well done, Jim. Thank you very much. Well done, Jim. Thank you, Jim, and thank you, comments. We now move to motions. Can I please just remind you, the stewards who are going to make themselves known to you. Ewan McCall, where are you?
Stand up, guys.
Stand up, yeah, stand up. Stand up and be counted. Ewan McCall, Owen Gallagher, Veronica Nelson and Christopher Duncan. Yes, Veronica's at the back, and there you are, Christopher Duncan. We'll be here to take your cards, so if you have a card, please wave it in the air. If you need one, please put your hand up, and they will be at your side. Now we move to our first motion. We have a taker here already at the front. Motion number 6 on the agenda, the first motion for today, developing an ALBA population strategy for an independent Scotland, to be proposed by Gavin Bain and seconded by David Maitland. Welcome, Gavin Bain.
Good morning. Conference, friends, we have many fine policies in the ALBA Party, but there's a missing piece in our policy framework, and it's time we addressed it. First of all, I would like to recognise the input and support from Louise Hogg and Kathleen Perlow. We submitted similar motions, and the Conference Committee requested that we combine our efforts into the single motion, so I'm grateful to their cooperation and support in allowing us to merge our efforts. Population, demographics, immigration, immigration. These aren't just technical issues, they're existential ones. And yet, too often, these topics are handled like live grenades. Too sensitive to touch, too controversial to lead on, so politicians tiptoe, parties hedge, and the public are left in the dark, or worse, fed myths by those who weaponise silence. I believe we have the people with the capability, experience, and outlook in the interests of Scotland at our core to debate these topics like adults. These are complex and sensitive issues. That is why I propose forming a working group to work through these policies with the care they deserve. The truth is, Scotland is facing a demographic crisis. Our birth rate is too low, our young people are leaving, our rural communities are thinning out. Meanwhile, immigration policies we don't control are decided at Westminster, treating Scotland as an afterthought. The Scottish Government asked for the powers over immigration to be devolved to meet our specific needs, and they were refused. To fully address these issues needs the powers of a normal, independent country. This motion is not just about numbers, it's about the nature and character of the nation we are building. We must ask who will live in an independent Scotland, who will build it, grow it, shape it, and how do we welcome those who come here not as strangers but as future Scots? We need a population strategy that faces reality with open eyes and open arms, a strategy that doesn't shy away from tough questions but meets them with humanity, intelligence and purpose. Yes, we need to support families to thrive and raise children. That means housing, that means opportunity, that means hope. Yes, we need immigration, but not chaos. We need systems, fair, humane and functional. Refugees and asylum seekers deserve dignity. Communities deserve support. It's not either or, it's both, or everyone will fail. Yes, I suggest a free travel area within the UK and Ireland, but let me be absolutely clear. No border deal, no treaty, no negotiation will ever be allowed to chain our independence to Westminster's whim. Scotland's right to self-determination is not a bargaining chip, it's absolute. And no, this is not a lurch to the right. This is ALBA being ALBA, unafraid, unapologetic and clear-headed. Compassion without clarity is weakness. Clarity without compassion is cruelty. We choose compassion and clarity because our people deserve both. Conference, pass this motion, fill the policy gap, show Scotland we are ready to lead. Not just by reacting to the future, by shaping it. One family, one village, one policy at a time. Let's build Scotland that doesn't just grow in size, but grows in strength, stability and solidarity. Support this motion. Thank you.
I'm now delighted to call David Maitland to second the motion, to be followed by Louise Hogg, who will speak in favour of the motion. David, welcome.
Thank you. Very good morning, everyone. As one of the victims of last night's Kayleigh, this walking wounded will be keeping it. He's note-free, so we'll be keeping it very, very brief. But this is a very, very important, it's the most important motion that we've got. And provided, of course, we get the bravery to get it right. We've got the bravery to deliver what the electorate want and not dictate what the electorate want, as the other parties do. We all have the opportunity, this is a working group, we all have the opportunity and the responsibility to take part in that working group. It's a 6-month process, and they'll report back at the next conference, and that's where we'll have the discussion and the debate that we so need. Because this policy could have the effect of being the silver bullet that we've all been looking for to make that breakthrough that we've been looking for so long. But we have to be brave. We have to have the bravery to take those headlines that we will inevitably get, that some will see as negative, but the vast majority of the electorate will see as very, very positive. We have to have the bravery as members to make those decisions. Now, those who have been elected throughout this conference, they've stood up, the votes have been counted, they've been elected, but now they must step up and make those brave decisions that some will see as negative. But on the doorsteps between now and the election day in 2026, it's the #1 subject that we'll hear on every single doorstep. So it's essential that we get it right. This process will make sure that we do that, because everyone will be involved. Our elected people, our office bearers, our leadership must deliver what our electorate wants. That way, and only then, will we get the list MSPs that we so need, our country needs, our movement needs, because I'm not telling you anything you don't already know. Over the next 13 months, the future of our party will be decided. We are the only party with independence in our name, in our title. We're the only party that's actually real about independence. Therefore, it's actually our movement that may be at stake. That's how important this policy will be. Because then, and only then, will we be able to return the list MSPs that we so desperately need, our party needs, our movement needs. And then, and only then, will we be able to move onwards for Scotland, onwards for independence, onwards for justice, onwards for Alex.
Thank you, David. I now call Louise Hogg, who will speak in favour of the motion, to be followed by Morgan Davies for the Remit back. Morgan, where are you? Yeah, do you have a seconder? I'll get one from the floor. Seconder, thank you very much, Mike. Louise.
Conference. Behind issues of immigration currently attracting so much public attention, polarising opinion all over Europe and much of the developed world, are demographic time bombs. National populations with an ageing profile, born increasingly not from improved life expectancy, in some cases life expectancy is stagnating, but from below replacement rate fertility. Young adults are having fewer and in many cases no children. While the Global South has seen population growth cause headaches for national governments, countries such as ours have seen 50 years in which populations have required immigration to grow and increasingly simply to avoid decline. This awkward fact, not merely the attractiveness of a supply of low-wage workers, has wedded some democratic governments to high levels of unmanaged or indiscriminate immigration, even when the cost to themselves has been the loss of support from the indigenous voting populations they rely on to stay in power. Over a decade ago, the Scottish Government sought to find out how Scandinavian countries were bucking this trend. The baby box was intended to copy a Finnish programme of parenting classes, healthcare, parental leave, social and practical support. A policy in the event stripped of its power to change the landscape for would-be parents, considering whether and when to start family. Now, Scandinavian countries too have low fertility. The traditional wisdom that only a shortage of houses, money and flexible employment are deterring people from starting or growing their families no longer holds. Some folk clearly are being held back by these considerations, reaching financial stability too late for their biological clock, which peaks before 30 rather than after 45. So addressing these issues should be part of our policy. ALBA's 5-point plan for families and existing housing strategy are already a good start. But research increasingly shows that many people decide about children long before adulthood based on other factors: their confidence in the future, the social and emotional support they can imagine themselves having, both formal and informal, what appreciation society has for the role of parents, what world and what sort of country they believe will be there for their children. At a personal level, young people are wrestling with psychological minefields rather than a demographic time bomb. These are all areas which Scotland, and particularly independent Scotland, can address as well as anyone. In embodying a fair, supportive and inclusive society, we could lead Europe to become a nation where personal decisions about whether to have children or not, if so, how many and when, are all genuine choices and not foregone conclusions. In light of this, can I encourage you all to support the motion and contribute your ideas about our future as a people? Thank you.
I now invite Morgan Davies for the Remit back.
Good morning, conference. The second speaker said that you should be brave, so I'm going to be brave and start by saying something which I suspect that the vast majority, if not all of you, will disagree with. A democratic, a population time bomb is what was described. It is the orthodoxy that declining population is a bad thing. Not everybody takes that view. An unmanaged population, declining population and an ageing population would be difficult to deal with. But if you know that your population is declining and ageing, then you take action to deal with the reality that exists. As has been noted, population growth across most of the Western world has been falling for many reasons of which I do not have time to go into. And we should accept that having less people in Scotland is not necessarily a bad thing. It means there is less carbon footfall, it has less impact on the environment, it needs less resources, needs to grow less food. So it's not necessarily a bad thing. But the reason that I'm going to say that we should have the remit back is because, as the last speaker said, we should all take part and contribute to any working group, National Assembly that's set up to discuss this. But the problem with this resolution is that it predetermines what the working group should deal with. It predetermines that we should accept a free travel area with Ireland and remaining UK as part of immigration policy. I presume that means post-independence. That raises a question: do we see our future in a free travel area with England or in a free travel area with Europe? Because I do not believe we can have both. We will have to choose whether we wish to be really European or with England. So I would say that that is something that should be debated by the working group, not something that is taken at its face value as an assumption. I also don't understand how you balance immigration inflow with infrastructure in the current legal environment. Legal immigration into the UK has been running at 1.2 million. The media and the government focuses on the boats coming across the channel, which is about 36,000 people. There is very little that the government can do to control the 1.2 million coming, the Westminster government. under international law, and that is a problem, and that's something that hasn't been addressed. Every country in Europe, every country in the EU struggles with that. The systems that were set up at the end of the Second World War to enable refugees to travel to safe areas is coming under increasing pressure from the modern world. This is 2025, not 1945. So I would urge you to remit this back so that we can actually set up a working group to discuss these very difficult topics in a fairer and more reasonable manner without the preconditions that are imposed by this resolution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Morgan. I now call Conrad Rekas to be followed by Suzanne Blackley, to be followed by Steve Chisholm, who will all speak in favour of the motion. I've got a number of cards, and so you know I've got them all, and I'll hear you all. So be prepared. Conrad, welcome.
Dear friends and comrades, as you can hear, and some of you know me, I'm Polish and I'm Scottish. By my heart, by truth of my deep soul. I try to be active. I write the comments, I discuss in the social media, and I find something new, which I haven't experienced a couple years ago. When I discuss, I don't know, under the national positions, I read commentaries like, why do you care about Scotland? Why do you care about our affairs? I try to explain that I am Polish and I'm Scottish. I live here, I pay taxes here, I vote here. I try to learn Scottish traditions. I actively support Scottish independence. So why people asking me such issues? Why they think that they are better Scots than me? But a couple of years ago, I believe I haven't faced such discussions. We like to think that a treat of racism, of intolerance, is something completely alien to Scotland. And I agree. That's something which we could call the British disease, because racism is imprinted in the United Kingdom as a state, as an imperialist state. Scotland was, and Scotland is, and Scotland will be always different, open, inclusive, and accepting all the differences of the people coming here to live in the land of the free. That's I'm also a PhD researcher. I've done some PhD research in sociology and immigration studies down there in England. I was in Southport, I was in Tamworth. I've observed these so-called ethnic riots. And I must tell you that I can recognize provocations. I can recognize when the small political groups would like to gain something, just playing with people's instinct, fears, loneliness, lack of answers, lack of solving real problems. And I don't want to see that it could happen, that could repeat in Scotland. I know that during canvassing, going from door to door here in Scotland, we very often hear that migration is something very important for the people. It was growing, this was increasing, this statistic shows that it was much more during the Brexit campaign. After that, it decreased again, but now migration is seen as important issue. So we have to be prepared to face that, to deliver some answer for the people. SNP government and SNP itself is like always problem blind. They say there's no problem when we, don't say anything more about it, problem will solve itself. The Reform UK is problem itself, that's obvious. A lot of people believe, especially young people, believe that independence brings solutions for the better life, for the daily problems of common Scots. And when SNP failed to deliver independence, some of these young people could turn to forces giving them false answers. So we need to deliver true answers for the real problems. I strongly support motion proposed by my friends from Aberdeen, Gavin and David, and as a new Scot, as a Scot by my choice, as a Scot by my heart, I ask you to vote in support of this motion. Thank you very much.
I now call Suzanne Blackley to be followed by Steve Chisholm, to be followed by Daniel Jack. Suzanne.
This will be very short. I will always stand by member engagement in the party, and so I support the formation of this working group, and I will stand behind it, and I hope that other working groups can be formed, so please support the motion.
And I invite Steve Chisholm to be followed, excuse me, by Daniel Jack, to be followed by Nick Jury, and then Ian Cameron, who's our last speaker. Steve.
Thanks, Taz. Morning conference, hopefully not too many sore heads. I'm really pleased to speak in support of Gavin and David's motion, and I know others put in something similar. It's just so important. It's the one thing that can let us bring hope of real change to every single doorstep that we plan to visit between now and May 26. Because it ties in so many critical issues about creating a vibrant and prosperous Scotland, issues that only independence can address, and independence has never been so badly needed, and Scotland's future depends on our success in 2026. Depopulation, it's the scourge of the Highlands. 2,500 people, young people, leave every year and many don't come back, and that's a story echoed around so many parts of Scotland. So we need to create jobs and grow our economy, and of course when we do that, we need to build more houses, more schools, doctor surgeries, dentist practices, and the list goes on. And just on that, if Taz permits me a bit of time here, I just wanted to mention Alex. One of the things Alex did and was very good at, as we know, was just listening to people and understanding the issues for every single person, every single family, every single town, and latching on to that. And he put into the National Manifesto last year the creation of a dental school to teach graduates in the Highlands. And of course, the valuable lesson I've learned from that over the past few months and pushing that forward is that a party doesn't need to be in power. It doesn't need to have elected officials to go out and make a difference in their communities. So in the last 6 months in Alex's legacy, we've enrolled the General Dental Council, we've got the local enterprise agency, the local university, we've got head of NHS dentistry in the Highlands. We've even reached out to MP down in the Senate that's doing a similar thing in Wales, who's lending their advice and support. And we've now found a partner university that's willing to kick this off in the Highlands. It taking just 2 years to create a syllabus, but months if you find a partner. So there must be other issues like that around the whole of Scotland that we as ALBA could take on and follow our past leaders' vision in finding things that we can do to make an impact in the community. So not directly related to the motion, but clearly linked to setting up the kind of infrastructure that a growing population is going to need, and recognising just the sheer foresight and sense and nous that Alex had. I also like the way this motion addresses the 3 areas of immigration. It's compassionate and kind to refugees and genuine asylum seekers, where Scotland will always be welcoming and compassionate. It suggests proper controls on illegal immigration, and of course talent attraction schemes that will see those wanting to bring their skills to Scotland and make Scotland their home. And how Scotland needs those. God, we need them badly. Since Brexit, we've seen how a lack of labour is impacting on farming, hospitality, the seafood industry, and even in the energy business, we can't get enough people. You just walk every day into a cafe that's about to close, restaurants that are keeping rooms in the back closed because they just can't get staff. So we shouldn't, and please don't, accept the argument that you just accept depopulation and let's just manage it. Scotland has enough resource, enough vibrancy to welcome people into Scotland, to get our young to stay, because only with that population can we unlock the whole resources that Scotland's got to offer. So I really call and welcome the call for a National Assembly on this critical topic, and hope that part of this will be a strong focus on economic growth as well. And maybe that's a big enough thing, it needs its own assembly, but if you're going to develop the welfare system, the schools, the hospitals, the education, serve the population as we want to, then we need the money to do that, and economic growth sits at the back of that. So please don't remit back. The strength of this motion is to create an assembly that will discuss each and every one of these topics in detail. Nothing's ruled out, nothing's ruled in. These aren't preconceptions. This is about getting people together to have open debate and address what is the most massive issue and the most biggest opportunity we've got to resonate with every doorstep in Scotland in the coming year. So please don't remit this back. Please support the motion. Thank you.
I'm now delighted to welcome Daniel Jack, who will speak in support of the motion, to be followed by Nick Dury and Ian Cameron, our last speaker, all who will speak in support of the motion. Daniel, welcome.
Good morning, Conference. I'll be brief. I'd like to congratulate Gavin, David and others for bringing this motion to Conference. As they said, this is one of the most important issues in which we'll have to deliberate and decide in the run-up to next year's elections. By seeking your agreement to set up a working group, this will provide an opportunity for all views to be heard. And I would encourage Morgan and others to participate in that work because their views are equally valid. Conference, the world order is changing, thanks chiefly to a half-Scot called Donald Trump. We need to have policies which reflect these changes, and this proposal and the timescale set out will help achieve that. Please support this motion.
Nick Dury, please, to be followed by Ian Cameron. Nick, I gave you advance notice so you could be closer to the stage. I gave you 3 opportunities.
Pardon everyone back here. No, what David said is absolutely vital. This is the single issue, the make or break issue for our party. Now, I say that from a background in working in homelessness, being a housing campaigner all my adult life, and doing a lot of canvassing in Glasgow. Now, I just want to interject a few facts. Glasgow is the only asylum dispersal centre in Scotland. So it's the only place that the UK government sends asylum seekers. Now, in 2012, the Scottish government removed local connection as a way in which a local authority could turn away someone who was homeless. Nowhere else in the United Kingdom is that true. So in no other asylum dispersal centre city is that true. So we now have a situation where you have people who have absolute right to stay in the United Kingdom, proven refugees, who then come to Glasgow to make a homeless application. And there are no other dispersal centres in Scotland, so you have a concentration of asylum seekers and refugees. So because of the foolhardy decisions of the past 2 decades, we lost about 35,000 social homes in our largest city. So there is already a housing and homelessness emergency, as declared by the Council, as declared by the Scottish Government. And at the meantime, we are demolishing more homes than we are building. Right? So if you add these 2 facts together, what you have, and I think that the phrase population strategy is a much better way of framing it than immigration, because you have a concentration of asylum seekers and refugees into housing schemes. And it creates just in one city, not across Scotland. So it creates a false sense that there is a mass of immigration because people are parochial. They don't see beyond their neighbourhood. And as a result, we've got Reform polling at 18% in Glasgow. So we need to have an answer to that, an answer that speaks to people's right to a house if they're a citizen, but also speaks to people's sense of control of their own neighbourhoods and destiny, because you have people languishing on waiting lists in homes that are unfit for human habitation, often for decades, and then they find, and this is the situation at the moment, there are more refugees who make Section 5 homeless referrals in Glasgow now than there are white Scottish people. Now, you can imagine the impact that has. So we really need to have a clear focus on this. So I'll just leave it at that, those facts.
Thank you, Nick. Our final speaker, Ian Cameron.
Good morning, Conference. This is a hugely important motion, and I would ask everybody to support it. One of the things, however, I have been recognising is the need to cooperate across various groups, and I think I'd fully support setting up a working group for a population strategy. And I would recommend that they work closely with the transport group. A population strategy is essential if we are to fulfil our vision for the future of developing our transportation throughout Scotland. We will need people. We will need skilled people to work with that. Therefore, we need to work within a population strategy. So I would ask that once, if you support the setting up of a working group, that we have a representative coming to attend the National Assembly for Transport, and equally we have somebody from Transport working with the population strategy group. So having said that, I would urge everyone to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Now, I know I said that was the last speaker, but I've received a last-minute card. Moira Brown, is it from you? Yes. Well, Moira Brown's 92, so I think we'll just accept it if everyone's happy. We'll hear from Moira Brown. Moira, make your way up. You take your time.
As ever, I've got nothing whatsoever prepared. So it's a bit of, I want to tell you a story, or all our yesterdays. I wanted to speak particularly about my time on a remote island in the Orkneys. Any here from the Orkneys? Well, there should be. I must do something about that. I went there into the completely unknown. I was the so-called head teacher. Read for that general dog's body, because there was no one else but me in charge of 12 children, age 5 through to secondary school. Now there is no school. The population has gone from 49 down to 17. Me, I returned to the island and I nearly grieved. It is awful. There are farms with livable inn houses, but there's no school, so young people are not attracted to the island because they have to send their preschool, by the way, to the next island. If it's blowing any harder than a 4-6 from the northwest, they don't get to school. Now, I know parents can educate their children. I know we've got the internet. I'm a technophobe, of course, but they miss out on the social aspect. The vibrancy has gone where I did organise every fortnight something in the school which is attached to the former school, which was attached to my lovely wee cottage. And we all got together. It had to be a Friday or a Saturday evening. The grown-ups socialised, I sort of come up with some ideas, some a bit batty, as you would expect, but all fun and getting together and having the children catered for on site. Now, what we have is a but to repopulate those places needs money, of course. To actually, could I specify the cost of everything? Even if I was getting a box out from the Orkney mainland, it cost me £3. I was in a privileged position of being well paid, but think what the farmers even had to pay for the supplementary food stuff, what they had to pay if they couldn't deal with an awkward calving. They had to pay extra for getting everything done. So there are lots of things to consider. It's not just snap your fingers and say, hey, we're going to dump people there. You've got to reintroduce a reasonable structure to support it. But the land is there, the good life is there, problems are there too. You can't ever get away. There are different problems, but I'm sure it could be done, and I heartily support this policy in view of particularly those in remote areas and in the island of this wonderful country. So let's go, ALBA.
Thank you, Moira. We'll now move to a vote. The first vote will be on the remit back. All those in favour of the remit back, please raise your cards. All those against? The remit back falls. All those in favour of the motion, please raise your cards. All those against? The motion passes. Thank you very much indeed. We now move on to the next motion, which is number 7 on council tax, and I have a point of order in from Mike Baldy, which I'll hear first. Mike.
Thank you. First point of order of conference, I believe. Hopefully the last. We've not yet had any debate, but in principle I support the resolution and the amendment. However, the amendment itself does state it significantly expands the motion. And my question is this actually an amendment, or is it a new motion on a similar subject to the original one? Now, the Chair mentioned yesterday that several proposed motions were not accepted as they arrived late. But here we have an amendment which could be considered a late motion. We have no definition of what an amendment is. We probably don't need one. But I think for future reference, it would be helpful if perhaps the Chair could just educate us on what would be considered an amendment to an existing resolution, proposed motion, and what would be considered a new motion. Because in this instance, the amendment is a very substantial change to what was originally put in our provisional agenda.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you. Thank you, Mike, for your point of order. In terms of the Constitution, points of order on a motion must deal with the conduct or the procedure of the debate, but in the spirit and the manner in which the question was answered, this point of order should have been made yesterday at the presentation of the Conference Committee report, but I always try to encourage that we go with the flow as far as we possibly can, so I'm happy to entertain your point of order. The answer to the question is, it wasn't just me, the entire conference committee read through the amendment. It looks lengthy, some of it is substitution, and the basis of the substitution is to add meat on the bones from an elected councillor who adds reference and practicalities to the motion. In addition, the proposer of the motion was happy to accept all of those, the amendment as made in its totality, because he felt that it added weight and meat to the bones to allow the better presentation of a more detailed motion for conference to consider. I hope that answers your question. In terms of more detail as to how amendments should look and how they should be accepted, well, I'm sure if the Constitution Committee, of which you were an excellent element, requires to convene again, you can consider that as a potential amendment to the Constitution. But I hope that you're already saying no. I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much indeed. And with that, we'll now move to the substantive debate on council tax. Council tax now being referred to council tax and local government funding in the accepted amendment. So the motion as it stands is the motion plus the first amendment, which is accepted in its totality. There will be a debate on the proposed amendment by Fife Lacu, seconded by Craig Dempsey, just so that you're aware of that. So, to propose the motion, Robert Reid, to be followed by Councillor Chris Cullen. Robert, welcome.
Good morning, conference. Just a quick start. I do have very red eyes, but I've not been crying, and I'm not desperately hungover. I've had contact lens issues this morning, so that's the reason for that. I'll keep this relatively short, as I'm interested to hear the debate that will follow, and I'm happy to respond to the amendment that has not been accepted at the end. Council tax is an outdated, regressive form of taxation, which does not take into account the income of the people who live in a property or their ability to pay. ALBA have consistently campaigned for a council tax freeze and have been successful in recent years in forcing Hamza Yousaf's government to stick to that position. However, a freeze is merely a sticking plaster, which in truth is unsustainable. Councils are strapped for cash, and there is an urgent need to find a suitable alternative. I believe to date it is ALBA member Tommy Sheridan, when he was an MSP, to be the only MSP to bring forward a motion to Parliament seeking to change the council tax. I hope there will be an ALBA MSP at the next election that will be able to do that. We are witnessing this year the largest increase in council tax in over 20 years. The highest increases is in Falkirk at 15.6%. Other increases, Aberdeenshire, North Lanarkshire, the Borders, are increasing by 10%. Indeed, every single Scottish council is seeing an increase this year. On to the amendment, I will, as the Chair has already said, I've accepted Chris Cullen's amendment, partly because it reads like War and Peace, and I think he's put a lot of time and effort into it, but also, as the Chair says, it adds a lot of meat to the bone from a very experienced, award-winning councillor who we are lucky to have in the party. The second amendment submitted by Fife Lacu, which I am not going to accept, and it's for a very simple reason. We need to leave this conference today being able to say that at a time when other parties are intent on punishing hard-working families, the ALBA Party are going to scrap the unfair council tax. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. I'm now going to invite Councillor Chris Cullen, who will be speaking in favour. You'll be seconding the motion now that the amendment is no longer an amendment but part of the substantive motion. Councillor Chris Cullen, welcome.
Thanks, Taz, and thank you, Conference. I welcome this motion, and I'm happy for Rob to accept my amendment. And hopefully I've brought a bit of clarity in the situation, because our councils are at breaking point. This year across Scotland, local authorities were forced to raise council tax by record amounts, not because they wanted to, but because they've no other choice. We're working under massive financial pressure, and it's only getting worse. In context, on average, our council tax only makes up about 17% of each council budget. Even in Edinburgh, it's only 26%. So the bulk of funding is coming from Scottish Government, and more of it is ring-fenced. That means councils are told exactly how to spend it, leaving them with less flexibility and less control over decisions that affect their own communities. This motion is calling that out. It recognises that councils are underfunded and increasingly powerless, and that this model is unsustainable. It calls for freezing council tax to stop the burden falling even harder on families that are already struggling with the cost of living, but more importantly, it calls for real reform. A fairer system, one with those in the broadest shoulders contribute the most, and services are funded properly. It also asks ALBA to lead the way by creating a National Assembly and a working group to fully develop a full policy on local government funding, a policy we'll debate and vote on together at our next conference. And finally, this motion speaks to something bigger: the limits of devolution itself. Local government is trapped between a Scottish Parliament that doesn't have the power and a Westminster government that doesn't have the will. This is why independence matters, so you can fix this broken system for good. Conference, let's back this motion. Let's stand with our councils, with our communities, and with the people who rely on the vital services every day. Thank you.
Thank you. And to propose amendment number 2, can I invite whoever speaking from... Is this the card? Oh no, that's for the motion. Who's proposing... Craig Dempsey, is it yourself? I have you down as seconder. Who's proposing the amendment? Are you here? Anybody? Craig's not here. Anybody here from Fife Lacu? Would anybody like to speak to the amendment so it can be heard? Otherwise, it will need to fall. There's no one to propose it. Who's this? I can't hear. Yeah, just so I've got the name. Right, Frank Anderson. You're formally moving the amendment? Yes. But you've also got a card in to speak against the move. Right, well, okay, we'll have to have somebody else to formally move the amendment because you're speaking against it. You can't speak for and against something. Is there someone to propose the second amendment? Otherwise it will fall. Al? Yeah. Okay, we'll hear you. You want to hear me now? Well, I want to support the amendment. No, that you can absolutely do that. Well, you want to, sorry, excuse me a second, Conference, but procedure matters. I have a card in from you, Al, where you are rejecting the motion in its entirety. So the amendment matters not a jot. Yeah, okay. Is there anyone willing to speak to amendment number 2? If not, I'm going to move on and we're just going to continue to debate the substantive motion. I don't have any takers. Thank you, Conference. Unfortunately, that amendment falls. If you can just advise, we did try to hear it. Right, we move to the substantive motion as amended. And Hugh Kerr, who's going to speak in favour of the motion, to be followed by Alistair Duff, who'll speak against the motion. Hugh.
Is this one working?
That works.
I wonder why nobody wants to come and speak from the floor. Do they all want to be up high above you? I live just round the corner here, as I mentioned yesterday, in a housing association flat. I've just had my council tax increase. Right, thanks. The council tax increase is £22 a month. It's going up to £284 a month for a housing association flat. That's a total of about £2,800 a year, which is exactly twice what the same level flat is in Westminster City Council, the most expensive housing area in the UK. Somewhat inequality, you might indicate. Actually, I think this is an issue which ALBA can do really well on at the next Scottish Parliament elections. Because the truth is, the SNP have been committed to reforming the council tax for the past 20 years and have done nothing, other than occasionally freeze it for political ends, leading to the situation, as Chris Cullen indicated, that actually councils are cash-strapped and squeezed all over Scotland and indeed all over England as well. The system is broken. It needs to be changed. We should be the one putting forward the radical changes required. And we don't need to do that much work because actually Tommy Sheridan and I and others worked on this for the Scottish Socialist Party, and Tommy put forward a bill. It was, of course, voted down by Labour and by the Tories and by the Liberals. I think the SNP were vaguely sympathetic, but it didn't get through. But it's called the Scottish Service Tax, and it was worked out by Mike Danson and colleagues at the University of West of Scotland. It's highly worked out by sophisticated economic projections. It's passed and approved, would you believe, by the Inland Revenue, who said it could be operated, and it substitutes basically an income tax supplement for local government finance instead of the outdated and unequal council tax system which exists. So we don't need to reinvent the wheel. The work has been done already, so we should certainly feed this into the National Assembly. But we should get it forward and make it a key policy for our 2026 election and show that actually ALBA members of the Scottish Parliament, who may have to work in coalition with an SNP government, and our price for that would be not only, as I mentioned yesterday, a peaceful Scotland, but actually a fairer Scotland. And we've done the work already, and we can make that a key difference at the elections next year. So I hope you will support the motion.
I now invite Al Duff, who will speak against the motion, to be followed by Frank Anderson. Frank, your card is to speak against the amendment number 1, which is now part of the substantive motion. So are you happy to speak against the motion? Will you be speaking against the motion? In its entirety. Have a think about that and let me know. I've got your card here. Al.
Thanks. I hope I'm not taking an unfair advantage coming up here, but I think people can hear better, and I think it's a better mic, so that's why I'm up here. Now, I certainly sympathise with the concerns behind this motion, and it's well-intentioned, but I think it has several fundamental flaws. The first is that it snaps the natural link between people's location and their local services. Economists tell us that for that reason it's unstable. Income is unstable. Property is not unstable. So most economists, including left-wing economists, are against local income tax. Secondly, it will probably involve us having to fill in a complicated income tax form every year. Do you want that? And thirdly, it will increase the surveillance powers of local councils, which are already too great. Council tax, you tell us in the motion, is regressive. Well, it's not, actually. I live in North Lanarkshire with my wonderful new friends, like Josh and co. And I've looked up the council tax bands. Band A, for properties up to £27,000, you pay under £1,000. It goes up to H, for properties worth over £212,000, and you pay about £3,500 a year. So it is progressive. The trouble is, it stops there. And if you remember, the SNP consulted in 2023 on this, and I responded formally, and I suggested 2 or 3 higher bands. 212 is pretty much the average price of a house in Scotland. So there should be higher bands for houses worth 500,000, houses worth £1 million, and houses worth 2 million or whatever. So we just need to make it more progressive. That's the solution. Now, independence is coming. We all know that. And it's at that stage, at that time, that we'll be able to address the whole issue of the distribution of wealth. And I, for one, want to see a redistribution of land, which is long overdue in Scotland. And we will also, because our hands will be on all the fiscal levers, we will be able to implement, work out and implement a proper income tax regime. But that should be at the national level, not at the local level. So I'm recommending, although I respect the motion, I'm recommending that you actually reject it and that we instead go into campaigning for a refined, amended, better council tax, because it's fundamentally a better form of taxation for local services. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite Frank Anderson. Frank is our newly elected local government convener. Welcome, Frank.
Yeah, and I'm in a bit of a quandary here because, according to Citrine's book of chairmanship, the mover of an amendment can't move against their own motion. And I find it disappointing that it's been accepted without it even being moved and seconded. So I hear people, and I heard the speaker there just say, it's not regressive, it is progressive. Well, let's be honest and look at these things. What does regressive mean? Somebody on that £1,000 council tax band pays a higher percentage of their salary, wages, whatever you want to call it, than the person in the £3,200 bracket. That is regressive, and these people can't afford to keep paying for it. Ring fencing gets spat out by lots of elected members. What does ring fencing actually mean? Ring fencing, and we hope to be part of an independence government after 26, when we will be part of a coalition pushing for it. And we'll be elected on a manifesto where we have policies and procedures that we want to adopt. And if we say to a local authority, we're giving you, and I'll give you an example, we're giving you X amount of money and you have to spend it on freezing the council tax. That money is fully funded for the council, but we expect you to freeze the council tax. What happened the last time? We had Labour councils coming back and saying, we want that money to freeze the council tax, but we also want the ability to raise the council tax. Come on, you can't get money to do something that a government wants and then say, but we also want that money and the ability to raise it. The actual original motion was what should have been accepted. The council tax is outdated. It's based on 1991 valuations, way out of date. Irrespective of how you rebrand these things, it is not going to work. We should have been clear, and I accept what we've just said there. Let's be radical in putting forward what we want. Let's discuss things, but don't even consider the council tax as something that you can tamper with and bring it up to date or whatever. We need to be really radical and say we're going to look at a whole breadth of how we're going to fund councils in the future. Yes, Tommy did great work in trying to put it forward. That work will need to be updated. We accept that. But let's be meaningful about what we want to do. Let's push. And it's an open door. People are fed up with the council tax. People are getting rises in their council tax and getting less and less services. And let's be honest. The Scottish Government, and I'm not here to defend the Scottish Government, have a cake. That size of cake. They've got to divvy that up. Let's look at how they divvy it up. They've got 60-odd billion pounds. 20 billion goes to the NHS. Just under 20 billion goes to local authorities. That's 2/3 of the cake already given out. And if anybody wants more, you've got the police, the rest, to come into it. If anybody wants more, they've got to tell you where they're going to take that money from. And as I say, we hope to be part of an independence government after 26 at Holyrood. We've got to make sure that we are saying to people, if we're giving you X to do a specific thing, policy, then we want it spent on that. I accept. I was an elected member for 34 years, that you're there to represent your communities and you want to have choice. But you've also got to be pragmatic and say, if we get money to do free breakfast, extensions to school kitchens or whatever, then we've got to spend it on that specific subject. We can't then say, but we want the freedom to choose what we want to do with that money. There are certain things, and you can call it ring-fenced or whatever, but it's to make sure you get it in place. Support the motion. Let's move forward. Let's be radical. Have the debate. What else can be included in funding local authorities? And let's make sure we get that message out there on the streets.
Thank you, Frank. I now call Alan Ross to be followed by Morgan Davies, to be followed by Nick Jury, and those are all the cards that I have, so please don't submit any more because we're running out of time. We've got several motions to go through. All who are going to speak in favour of the motion. Former Councillor Alan Ross, welcome.
Morning everyone. Sorry, Taza would have been closer to the stage, but I didn't think I was going to be the first to be called. So, I haven't prepared anything to say yet. I'm just going to go with what's in my head and my heart at the moment. And to be honest, whilst I realise that the moves against to not back this are well-intentioned, there was a point made by the first speaker that property is stable whilst income isn't. That, to me, is every reason why we should be backing this motion. And let me tell you a story, a personal story. As Taz says, I am a former councillor, which means I lost my job a wee while ago, whilst I was also a student receiving a student loan. I was really shocked to find out that I couldn't claim any benefits as an unemployed person because I had a student loan. My student loan only just covered my rent. I couldn't pay my council tax on top of that. I couldn't buy food. There was nothing there for me. But still, I had liability. Well, you don't pay council tax as a student, but I'll tell you, as soon as you stop being a student, the moment that I left university and graduated, a time when I thought I'd be celebrating and happy, I was dealt the blow of you lose your student loan. You then get a council tax letter saying you're liable for council tax. I couldn't find a job and I wasn't entitled to benefits. What on earth was I supposed to do? And let me tell you, it is very undignifying going to your parents when you're in your 40s, asking them to pay your rent because your private landlord is threatening you with eviction. Because they own a property which is stable, but my income wasn't, and I was facing homelessness. If I didn't have good parents there to help me with that. That is every reason why we should be backing this. Now in Dundee, and I was part of this as an administration councillor, and I'm still proud of the part I played, the small part I played in things like the V&A coming to Dundee, the shiny new train station, the redevelopment of the waterfront. It looks great. But I'll tell you, you go 5 minutes in your car up to the Lochee ward that I represented and still live in today, and they don't give two hoots about the V&A and the shiny new train station because it's not for them. The levels of poverty and deprivation that still exist in those communities is astonishing and criminal, and yet they're still having to pay the same council tax as everyone else. When I was going through that experience, I was living next door to two professionals. I have kids as well. That was another pressure in there, and let me tell you, the child maintenance service don't give two hoots about your level of income either. They just generate a figure and you've got to pay it. But I was living next to two well-paid professionals, no children, living in exactly the same property as me, same amount of bedrooms, exactly the same flat, and they were getting the same bill as me. Now, as I remember it, the way the SNP wanted to reform council tax, it would be on your ability to pay. Back in 2007, it was to be based on your ability to pay, not on a system that was devised and calculated back in 1991. There's people paying council tax that weren't even alive in 1991. Robert's one of them. Don't be fooled by those bleary red eyes, he's actually a youngster. I was 10 in 1991. And look at how outdated and unfit I am. So it stands to reason that the council tax needs to be scrapped and reformed and replaced by a much fairer system, a system that's based on your ability to pay, not based on the value of your landlord's property. So I urge you strongly, please back this motion, because the council tax is a scourge and it is deeply unfair and it is punishing the worst off and most vulnerable people in our society. So please back the motion. Thank you.
next two speakers, Morgan Davis to be followed by Nick Jury.
I'll keep this short in the interest of time. And I was just going to say, council tax must be the worst form of taxation that there is, except for the one that preceded it, which was the poll tax. My pet peeve about the council tax, everything everybody said about it is true, is that if you live on your own, as I do, you get 25% reduction, and it really ought to be 50%, but it's not. I'm going to say that I'm in favour of the motion. I'm in favour of the amendments. I'm a bit confused about where we are, but I'm sure it will all be made clear when we come to vote by the chair. So I'm just going to quickly say that the quickest and easiest way to reform local government taxation is not to have any local government taxation. Is to have a block grant from the Scottish Government to each local authority. The figures in there already tell you that in some council areas, council tax only raised 17%. That's what you're talking about. 70% of the council's income comes from council tax. If you pay it from a block grant, you will have to increase income tax, but that is a much fairer tax than council tax. Back of an envelope calculation for me suggests that I might actually have to pay more if we do that, but I think it is fairer for everybody. So I would support the motion, and we need to debate it, and we need to say that the council tax should be ended. Thank you.
Thank you. Nick Jury.
Very, very brief point, but it's just a comment on the opposition to the motion, noting that it was about income tax. The motion, as I understand it, doesn't mention what form the future tax would take, and I think that needs to be considered in the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Rob, you have a right to sum up.
Thank you. I'll keep this brief because I was delighted to hear all those speaking in favour. They were ticking off the points I was going to make at the end. So, as much respect I have for Al, I think he's talking complete nonsense when he says council tax is progressive. You could be living in a Band D property, renting that property, and the Band D property next door to you could have 2 double extensions owned by a couple who live, as Alan said, have lived very comfortable lives, and you pay the same bills. It is not progressive in the slightest, and that's why it needs to be scrapped. And part of the rejection of the motion brought by Al stated that the motion somehow snapped the connection between local services and communities, which is, again, no offence, Al, complete nonsense, because the motion doesn't mention any sort of outcome. This is about putting forward a working group so we can debate and craft a policy in time for next conference, which is in turn in time for the 2026 Scottish Parliament election. Now, already we've seen by the people that have proposed this motion, people who have spoken in favour of this motion, that there are a lot of ideas bandied about. I think Morgan's, I disagree with him, and I hope he takes part in the working group. I liked Tommy's motion, but again, it does need updated and renewed for a modern Scotland. So please let us walk from here and say the ALBA Party will scrap the unfair council tax. Support the motion.
Thank you, Rob. So as requested by Morgan, on the agenda you have the motion. The original motion is proposed and seconded. There is a first amendment which the proposer of the initial motion has accepted in full. So now that is the substantive motion. There is a second amendment which we couldn't debate and couldn't hear because the proposer of the motion required to be here to make the case for that the amended motion, his amendment, and he wasn't here, unfortunately. We tried our best but failed. Okay, so is that clear? Are you happy with that, Morgan? Great. So now we are voting either for or against the council tax motion with its included amendment. So all those in favour of the now substantive council tax motion, please raise your cards. All those against, the motion passes. Thank you. We now move on to the subject of home birth And I'm going to say to our regular speakers, Morgan Davies and Nick Jury, if you put in a card, I'll not be taking it, because you've got no experience in that area. So on the subject of home birth, I would like to invite the proposer, Shannon Donoghue, to be followed by the seconder, Corey Wilson. Welcome, Shannon.
Good afternoon, conference. I want to share my own experience of home birth, not to say that it's the right choice for everyone, but to say that it should be a choice. And right now, too many expectant parents are not given the information they need to make that choice for themselves. When I gave birth at home to my second child, I was surrounded by my family. The atmosphere was calm, familiar and reassuring. My son Ronnie was even in the birthing pool with me at the beginning, and he was there immediately after his sister was born, welcoming her in a way that just wouldn't have been possible in a hospital setting. There was no rush, no unnecessary clinical interventions, just trust, support, and the knowledge that I was in control of my own experience. I believe that being in a relaxed, non-clinical environment helped my recovery. Without the stress and interruptions of a hospital settings, I was able to rest, bond with my baby, and heal more naturally. I even managed to get my favourite takeaway delivered without leaving the comfort of my own home. Yet, despite these many benefits, like personalised care from midwives, less intervention, and a more positive birth experience, home birth remains underutilised due to lack of awareness, societal misconceptions, and limited support. Home birth is not about taking risks. Every pregnancy has a detailed care plan, and at the slightest hint of anything being wrong, my local authority assured me that an ambulance would be deployed to sit outside my home, ready to take action if needed. Safety is always the priority. But despite this, home birth is still not promoted as a mainstream option, meaning many expectant mums rarely even hear it mentioned, or it gets lost in a pile of information on one of your first consultations, let alone receive a full detail that they need to make an informed decision, a person-centred decision. That is what needs to change. We also cannot ignore the pressure on NHS maternity services. Midwives are overstretched, hospital wards are full, and expectant parents often feel rushed and unheard. Supporting home births where appropriate could help alleviate some of that strain, while ensuring that parents receive more individualised, respectful care. In hospitals, you have a team caring for you. At home, you have one midwife. NHS funding is a political choice. Just because we don't have the resources at present doesn't mean that we shouldn't. This is not about saying every birth should be at home, but it's about ensuring that parents have the knowledge and support to decide what is best for them. Right now, that's either not happening or it's a sporadic approach. The strong reaction to this motion has only reinforced that home birth is not spoken about enough. Please support this motion.
Thank you. I now invite Corey Wilson to second the motion, and Corey will be followed by Richard Gott with the Remit back, who details real life experience. Richard, where are you? Do you have a seconder to allow debate to the Remit back? Somebody?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Corey.
Thank you. I'm going to be brief, but to be honest, when Shannon first told me she wanted a home birth, I was absolutely terrified. Like many parents, my first instinct was to worry. I had grown up believing that hospital births were the safest and the only sensible option. The thought of my daughter giving birth at home filled me with anxiety. But as parents do, I put my own fear aside and supported her decision, and as she had done the research and knew the risks and the benefits, and she was confident in her choice. And now, having witnessed that experience firsthand, I am fully committed to the idea of home births, because what I saw that day was nothing short of incredible. It wasn't clinical, it wasn't rushed, it wasn't impersonal. As Shannon said, it was calm, it was intimate, and it was beautiful. Shannon was surrounded by the people who loved her in an environment where she felt safe and in control. No bright lights, no intrusive machines, just the quiet reassurance, her favourite aromatherapy, her music, and that steady presence of her midwife. The natural rhythm of home birth unfolding as it was meant to. And when Miss Cora Cullen entered the world, it was into warmth and love, not into a cold, sterile hospital room. It was without doubt one of the most beautiful experiences of my life. And I've no doubt that my daughter's recovery was helped by the fact that she was able to rest and heal in her own home, with her newborn in her arms, and without that disruption of hospital routines. What's more, as an added benefit of home birth, there was one that not many people think about, and as somebody who has researched their family tree extensively, her birth certificate now says that she was born at her home address. That's something special, a little piece of history tied to where she took her first breath. But I know now that home birth is still not spoken about enough. Too many expectant mums don't realise it's an option. I often ask pregnant mums when I speak to them if they're having a home birth, and they've never heard of it, or they look at me as if I'm daft. But let alone receive any information, they need to make an informed choice. There's an argument around safety, but you need that information to make that informed choice about safety. There's an argument around funding, but as Shannon said, the NHS is supposed to be patient-led, and that can only happen if you have choice. When it comes to money, you could argue one midwife in your home versus a team in the hospital, plus the other hospital services, the cleaners, the cooks, the heating, the building maintenance, etc. This isn't about saying home birth is for everyone, and that's okay, but it should be an informed choice that every parent gets to make. So today I would urge you to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Corey. I now call Richard Goff for the remit back. Richard, oh, sorry, you're just there.
Good afternoon, Conference. It is with a heavy heart that I speak for the remit back of this motion. I know both Shannon and Corey. Indeed, we're in the same laku. Two people that I have tremendous respect for, but I feel I need to speak on this subject. I am the youngest in a family of 6, all born at home in the miners' rows. The only person to come to harm in the process was my dad, who tripped and cracked 2 ribs on the protruding step of the Kirk Hall whilst running in the dark to get a doctor. Until 12 years ago, I would have wholeheartedly supported this motion in its entirety. But this then happened. A young, healthy, fit, expectant mum with no history of complications during her pregnancy was giving birth in a maternity hospital. Then things went drastically wrong. She suffered a massive hemorrhage, received immediate prolonged emergency surgery, during which she received 6 pints of blood, or to be more accurate, 3.5 litres of blood. That's more than half her normal volume of blood. She would not have survived a home birth and subsequent delay getting into hospital. There was no indication that there was a likelihood of any problem in her pregnancy. Had she chosen to have a home birth, then a young girl wouldn't have had a mum for the past 11 years, or a little sister. There is much correct in the motion, but I believe births should be in a hospital. And the motion doesn't fully deal with the many aspects that and problems that they have in maternity hospitals. Should the team birth instead of having a single midwife, etc., and medical interventions that happen. But I believe that this should be remitted back, and that should be considered to deal with the cause of the problem. So I would ask you to support the remit back to explore how you could implement the proposals by changing the hospital environment into the pods, family pods, etc., where they could have a pseudo home birth but in the hospital next to the emergency surgery. Now, would ask you to support the remit back. Thank you.
I'd now like to invite Jane Stephen to speak in favour of the motion, to be followed by Elaine Mitchell, who will speak against the motion. Jane.
Thank you, Conference, for the opportunity to speak about this. I hadn't intended to, so I don't have a speech. But yeah, I've had home births, so I thought I should definitely speak on this. And anyone that's sort of spoken about birth stories or often can be traumatising, like we have heard, but I certainly have had personal experience of very positive home birth experiences. My youngest son was born at home, and what the previous speaker spoke of is certainly true in terms of having that positive experience of being in our own home, the midwife coming out, and at the later stages a second midwife being there. It was such a more positive experience than the experience in hospital. There's certainly many women I've spoken to that have had very traumatic experiences in hospital, in postnatal wards, and certainly in terms of the impacts of on the siblings who were then able to come and meet their baby brother just after he was born was such a wonderful experience and really cemented their bonds, and it was a lovely, beautiful family experience that we were all able to then be in our own rooms, our own beds at that night, and it would certainly promote it to other mothers, other low-risk mothers like me that were able to have really positive experiences. It wasn't always like this. When I did request a home birth back in the noughties, and there wasn't the more positive policies there are now, I moved house, and the GP actually refused to put me on the GP list because I'd requested a home birth, even though GPs have nothing to do with home births at all. But I don't think we want a situation where women are discriminated against for reasons like that, which are quite ridiculous. Thankfully, policies are better, and when I requested a home birth for my youngest, there was certainly no problem with that. And I would like to dispel some of the myths that home births are in some way not medical, and there's not support for when there are problems. Before a home birth, a medical pack is delivered with all the interventions short of caesarean sections and epidurals and inductions. Every other intervention is available during a home birth, and 2 midwives are out there, and I certainly felt very supported for when there are problems. There are oxygen tanks are delivered to your house, intravenous gas there, pain relief is there. It's not necessarily a completely demedicalised experience. You can choose to make it as medical as you want, short of emergency situations, and yeah, an ambulance is available as for any of us if we have some medical event. But a normal birth is not a medical event, and it should be at home for low-risk mums who want that, and we shouldn't be restricting choice over this matter. So I'd like to speak in favour of this motion. Thank you.
I'd like to invite Elaine Mitchell, who will speak against the motion, to be followed by last 2 speakers, Councillor Chris Cullen and Andrew Docherty. Elaine.
Thank you. Good morning, Conference. It's with a bit of heavy heart that I'm speaking against the motion just now. I'd like to thank Shannon and Corey for bringing their positive birth experience to Conference. I actually fully support the choice of women to birth at a place of their choice, with appropriately trained personnel. But currently, I don't think it's maybe the best choice to make due to the state of our NHS, and that's, you know, that's another debate. I'm a retired midwife, I'm a nurse, I was an advanced midwife practitioner, so I did some jobs that doctors would do, like forceps deliveries, von Treese deliveries, etc. I've worked in community settings, I've attended many home births, I've worked in labour wards, busy labour wards, I've attended people in community settings, community midwifery units, home births, and in labour wards and in theatres. There is no guarantee where you have your baby that everything will go well. There's certainly no guarantee going into hospital that you will have a normal, healthy baby at the end of it. In fact, I've dealt with mothers that have died, which is the most devastating thing that you can go through in midwifery. I've worked out in the middle of Australia with the Flying Doctor Service. I've attended births in creeks with Aboriginals who don't speak my language and sign language to get their baby delivered. We didn't know the gestation because if you asked them when their last period was, it was either before Christmas or after Christmas. So a lot of it was guesswork. I've delivered babies on planes coming back to Alice Springs, so I've had a good experience. I would always support home births, but the current system is not equitable, and people should be given the choice, and the current directions are that everyone is given the choice, but services have been streamlined so much that at first booking appointments, women are given so much information that home birth should be mentioned, it might be mentioned. It's most husbands that are freaked out about this to start with, so there certainly needs to be more education. We really need to future plan the health service. I started in 1982, and planning has never been future planning. There's always been an element of people that are going to be retiring in the next 10 years, and there's never been future planning. When I qualified, every midwife or every nurse worked full-time, bar a few, whereas now people qualify and they start part-time. That's because the lack of support within midwifery, nursing, the NHS, people are stressed, people leave the profession to go and work in a shop or a beautician, and we're losing these people. So we really need to look at where the NHS is. I'd like to see this motion come back in the future, but we'll have some more discussion and debate on it. Home births and any birth is difficult to plan, and I'm sure the majority of people in this room, if you've had a baby come into your life, very few of them will come on their anticipated date of delivery. So you're asking people to be on call constantly for that elite person. In hospital, quite often midwives are looking after 3 or 4 women at a time, and that is absolutely wrong. The Scottish Government say every woman is entitled to 1 person per birth. It doesn't happen. People in community get it because they have to provide it. There's a place for both within our society, and in an ideal world, I think everyone should have a choice, and it's a beautiful moment at home, but it can be equally beautiful in a birth unit, in a hospital, in a theatre, because ideally everyone wants a safe mum and a safe baby. Thank you, Conference.
Thanks, Elaine. I now call Councillor Chris Cullen to be followed by Andrew Doherty to be our last speaker. Chris.
Hello again, Conference. So, home birth. My first birthing experience, I was amazing. I could have been a doctor and I could have been a midwife, but that's not how everybody else seen it. If I had to do it all again, it would not be in a hospital. It was probably the most stressful awareness heightened moment I've ever had in my life, compared to the second child, Cora, who was at home, and it was relaxed, easy, everything was set up, anything we needed, we had it. And I think I want to speak about what this motion actually calls for. It's the awareness, the availability of choice. We weren't really given that with our first child, and that's what we really need to get out there. You should be able to, if you want to have a baby, you should be able to choose where you do that, and we should have the resources supplied so you can do that. It's not about whether the current NHS hasn't got the funding or hasn't got the resources. It should have. That's the point that I'm reading in this motion. It should have, and we should be debating this, and we should be the ones that are pushing to have those resources. Our NHS shouldn't be underfunded. Our NHS shouldn't be on its knees, but it is at the minute. We need to do more. We need to push more funding into the vital areas that we need to, and we need to get everyone on a level peg where they can get what they need. Support this motion.
Thank you, Chris. I now invite Dr. Andrew Docherty will speak in favour of the motion. And Shannon, you have the opportunity to sum up if you wish. Just let me know. Shannon, proposed motion, yeah.
Thanks very much. Very briefly, first of all, thanks very much, Sharon, for bringing up this hot topic, in terms of the whole issue of informed consent. And I'm not going to say too much except to say that I'm so glad to hear it spoken about today in this context. Now, I'm not an obstetrician. The only qualification I have is my mum's a 92-year-old midwife, okay? But I'd have to say there's a fundamental principle involved here, and one which the ALBA Party would do well to look towards in the year coming, and that's informed consent. Now, there are many areas of medical practice these days where people are not given informed consent, and that just is not reserved to obstetrics. But I think it is absolutely fundamental that a woman, having been apprised of all the facts with her family, should be able to choose where she allows a new person to enter this world. And we all know that the risk of home births are extremely small, and it's not beyond the scope of our health service to have a little emergency contingency available for those very rare cases of home births that don't go as planned. That only costs us a few quid, inverted commas, in terms of our national NHS spending. Okay, so please support the motion.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed. Now I'll move to a vote. All those in favour of the motion on home birth, please raise your cards. All those against? Oh, I'm going to do that again. All those in favour? I'll start again, sorry. I was going to make a joke, but I'm not going to. All those in favour, raise your cards. Against? Right, I'm going to do a count, just to be clear. Then I'm going to do a not official one about women only voting. Right, right. So again, all those. Sorry, who was that? All those in. What was that? Stop blaming each other. Own your comment. Right. All those in favour of the motion, please raise your cards again, and we'll do a count. Thank you very much indeed, conference. I can't hear what you're saying. Okay, can I ask people to lower their cards? Yes, I think I can. Give the numbers. And all those against, please raise your cards. Thanks, Cam. Sorry. Yeah.
79 in favour, 34 against.
Thank you. You can lower your cards. I've been reliably informed that I forgot that there was a remit back. Forgive me. We're now going to, we should have done a vote on that first. I do beg your pardon, conference. And first, we're going to vote on the remit back, and then if the remit back falls, then we'll fall to this vote. Okay, apologies. So we've heard the remit back. All those in favour of the remit back of the motion, please raise your cards. All those against the remit back? Okay, the remit back falls, so we'll now move to the vote on the motion. So in favour of the motion we have 79 votes, and those against we have 94, so the motion falls. Thank you. Is that the other way around? Sorry. Sorry. Please give me the correct figures. Give me a second, conference. I'll let you give the correct figures. I'm sorry, conference. I'm not satisfied. I would like to do the count again. I think that's in the interests of. I'd like to see it again, and I don't want to be looking at figures twice. So, if you don't mind, with your forbearance, we're going to do this once more. All those in favour of the motion, please raise your cards. And now we're going to count them. Thank you. Just keep them raised. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. All those against the motion, please raise your cards. Let me know when they can lower their cards, Josh. Yes, you can lower your cards, thank you. Now we'll get the figures. We shouldn't have to worry about the population control motion given the interest in home births. Amazing. It's all connected. Right. So, I'm glad we did that again. Either that or people changed their mind. All those in favour who voted were 84. Those who voted against were 34, so the motion passes. Thank you. And that sounds correct because certainly from the mood of the room. Now we move to another exceptionally important motion, number 9 on surrogacy, to be proposed by Anne Hall and initially to be seconded by Ash Regan, MSP, who unfortunately can't be with us today, but will be seconded by, instead, Kirsty Fraser, our newly elected National Women's Convener. So first of all, Anne Hall. Oh, you're here. Welcome, Anne.
Good morning, conference, or is it afternoon, conference. It's a privilege to speak to you this morning and to be a member of a party with a strong record on defending the vulnerable, the poor and the rights of women and children. So let's talk about surrogacy. Surrogacy is a process by which a woman gets pregnant, either with her own egg or a donor egg, with the intention of giving the child away at the moment of birth. Surrogacy in the UK is supposedly altruistic. That is, money does not change hands. However, expenses may be paid, and these average £20,000 per pregnancy, paid by the month, amounting to a salary. Typically, gestational surrogacy takes place. This requires the IVF process with a donor egg, either from the commissioning female or chosen from a catalogue of potential donors. Overwhelmingly, strangers are matched with strangers, and more than half of parental orders made each year originate in commercial surrogacy arrangements abroad, which are illegal in the UK. Unlike adoption processes, there are no background checks for parental orders, and 95 single men have applied for parental orders for surrogate babies in the last 5 years. Potentially all fine, but there are no background checks. The surrogacy process carries significant risk to the health of the mother. Research shows that gestational surrogacy carries a 3 times higher risk for pregnancy complications, such as preeclampsia, postpartum hemorrhage, and sepsis. Women are sometimes asked to carry multiple babies, as it's cheaper than 2 or 3 single pregnancies, also increasing risk. There are also significant risks to the health of the woman donating their eggs. Egg retrieval involves fertility drugs and comes with the risk of ovarian hyperstimulation syndrome, a condition which has in some cases in the UK proven fatal. The recent Scottish Government advert campaign for egg donation specifically targeted young women, coerced with "be kind" messages and offering payment without listing the dangerous side effects. We've reached a point where if couples want a baby badly enough, or even single men, it's perfectly acceptable to allow healthy young women, including healthy young mothers with children of their own to care for, to risk their lives undergoing medical procedures. The risks and harms faced by the one group, secondary to the wants of the other. And let's face it, those doing the asking predominantly have greater means. New recommendations put forward by the Law Commission serve only to further reduce the rights and protections of the surrogate mother and child. Surrogacy in all forms is illegal in most of the world. Many liberal democracies such as ours have already banned democracy, including France, Germany, Austria, Spain, Finland, Switzerland and Italy. They say surrogacy undermines the human dignity of the woman, since her body and reproductive functions become commodities, and that children become commodities, and that it can lead to the exploitation of women and the trafficking of children. We agree. The EU Anti-Trafficking Directive now explicitly identifies the exploitation of surrogacy as a form of human trafficking. Finally, let's turn our attention to the mother-child bond. Even if a woman does not use her own egg, she is still related to the baby. She is still its mother. Her body nourishes and grows a baby for 9 months. Her womb determines the biological development, and their cells interchangeably mingle. Pregnancy is not passive. It forges a lifelong bond, an emotional and physical connection between mother and child that should never be denied. The only person a baby wants and needs at birth is the woman who carried him or her. All pregnant mothers know this. Hospitals bend over backwards to ensure mum gets skin-on-skin contact immediately after delivery. This regulates the baby's heartbeat and breathing. It is vital for the bonding process and vital to the child's well-being. Yet in surrogacy, the baby is intentionally taken away from its mother to prevent this bonding. Surrogacy creates women and children whose needs are somehow less than the wants of the purchasers. They are predominantly poorer women whose lives are deemed worth the risk, and children whose vital need to bond with the woman who carried them and gave them birth is somehow deemed unnecessary in their case, but vital to all of us. The magnified health risks for the mothers, the long-term consequences for the child, and the potential for exploitation of both means that surrogacy falls far below the standard of human rights we should expect for women and children. Conference, please support this motion.
I now call Kirsty Fraser to second the motion, to be followed by Alison Waters, who will speak against the motion. Welcome to our newly elected National Women's Convener, Kirsty Fraser.
Good afternoon, Conference. Ash Regan couldn't be here today, so she's asked me to second this with her speech. So Honoured to support a very special ALBA member, Anne Hall, and the East Lothian LACU. Anne has been an instrumental support to me in tackling the commercial sexual exploitation of prostitution. My unbuyable bill would not be progressing through Parliament if not for women of integrity and compassion like Anne and so many others. I joined ALBA to stand firm in defence of justice, dignity and human rights, especially for women and children. Our record on tackling inequality is one we should be proud of, but that commitment must include speaking out against modern forms of exploitation like surrogacy. Let's be honest about what we're facing. Surrogacy, even under the guise of altruism, creates a market where women's bodies are rented and babies are bought. This is not progress, it's commodification. Overwhelmingly, poorer, younger women are drawn into this trade. Commercial surrogacy is illegal in the UK, yet through so-called expenses and international loopholes, the system is being abused. Parental orders are handed out with minimal safeguarding, background checks are lacking, and women's health is put at serious risk. Research shows surrogate mothers face 3 times the risk of severe pregnancy complications, and now we're seeing the Law Commission propose reforms that strip away even the limited rights women have left in these arrangements. Let me be crystal clear. In the words of campaigners, this is commercial surrogacy model, all but in name. Let me be crystal clear. Women's rights are non-negotiable. Their reproductive capacity is not a resource to be mined. My unbuyable bill is rooted in that principle that no woman should ever be bought, sold or exploited. It tackles male violence against women, political corruption and the systems that treat women as commodities. Babies are not commodities either. They are human beings with rights, not products created on demand. I was appalled to see the Scottish Government recently advertise for egg donors, offering cash, targeting young women and failing to mention any real risks. This is not empowerment. It's a failure of duty, of ethics and of care. Conference, let us be the party that defends every woman's right to dignity, safety and sovereignty of her own body. Let us say clearly, Scotland is not for sale, women are not for sale, babies are not for sale. Stand for human rights, stand for women, stand up for children, support this motion. Thank you. Thank you.
I now invite Alison Waters to speak against the motion, to be followed by Teresa Duffy, who will speak for the motion. Alison, welcome to you.
Conference, I want to urge you today to vote against this motion. It is core. It seeks to dictate what women can and cannot do with our own bodies. And it's an approach that should deeply concern any party committed to women's rights. The motion paints surrogacy as inherently exploitative, but it ignores a crucial fact. Scotland already operates under some of the strictest surrogacy laws in the world, where commercial surrogacy is illegal. Payments beyond reasonable expenses are not allowed, and surrogacy agreements are not legally enforceable, meaning that no woman can be compelled to continue a pregnancy if she doesn't wish to. Parental orders must be granted by a court after birth, which does ensure legal oversight. And these protections exist precisely to prevent the exploitation that the motion warns about. To the argument about potential harm to mothers and babies, specifically in cases where children are separated from their birth mothers at the point of birth, I agree it does need careful consideration, but it's important to acknowledge that while surrogacy involves complex emotions and can present challenges, there is little evidence to suggest that surrogacy inherently harms mother or child when proper legal and ethical safeguards are in place. In fact, research on surrogacy suggests that most surrogate mothers have healthy, positive experiences, with strong emotional bonds formed between the surrogate and the child. Surrogates typically have the support of legal agreements, medical care, psychological counselling, and all of these things help manage emotional complexities of the process. Moreover, surrogate mothers often undergo thorough screening before being approved and ensure that they understand the medical and emotional and legal aspects of the arrangement. As for the child, while separation from their birth mother may seem concerning at first, there is little evidence to support claims that this leads to harm when a child is placed in a loving and supportive family. In fact, research shows the opposite, that children born through surrogacy can have strong and healthy bonds with their intended parents, just as a child born through regular means or adoption can. The most important factor for a child's well-being is the love and care and stability provided by their parents, not whether they were carried by their birth mother. That said, if as a party we are concerned about emotional and psychological impacts on both the mother and the child, we can improve those safeguards. For example, better psychological counselling and support for all parties involved in the surrogacy process, ensuring that surrogate mothers are fully informed and supported throughout, and promoting post-birth contact where it's appropriate. But banning surrogacy does not eliminate risks. It drives the practice underground. In countries in Europe where surrogacy is banned, like France, Italy and Germany, it's seen as what happens is women tend to be exploited in global south countries instead. Sorry, I've lost my place. That's okay. There's substantial evidence that banning or heavily restricting surrogacy forces people to seek out unregulated arrangements in countries with weaker laws and underground networks, which is a dangerous outcome, as without legal framework and protections that regulated surrogacy provide, the risk of exploitation to harm to the women and child increases. If we truly care about protecting women and children, we should focus on improving the regulation and support we have, not removing their ability to make informed decisions about their own bodies. Any suggestion that women are incapable of making these decisions for themselves is not a feminist position, but it's a deeply paternalistic one. If there are concerns about informed consent and medical transparency, then let us address those via a working group where we can develop proper policy. But banning surrogacy removes information and choice from women rather than empowering them. The reality is, most women who become surrogates do so out of a genuine desire to help others, and to claim that they're all exploited victims ignores the agency of the women involved. Should we be ensuring women are protected? Of course, but we should not be removing their rights to make informed choices about their own bodies. Please do not accept this motion.
I'd now like to invite Teresa Duffy to speak in favour of the motion, to follow by final speaker Robert Reid, who will speak against the motion. Teresa Duffy, wearing a splendid T-shirt, I should add. Welcome.
Hello, conference. Like another topic that's coming up later, assisted dying, I used to think this is a great idea. In fact, 20 years ago, my daughter, who had a young age, we had a pact. If she couldn't have children, I would do that for her. Times have moved on, and I've looked into the issue of surrogacy a fair bit. You've got the really nice altruistic end, but even then, I know some families, a woman who had a child for her sister-in-law, she's now been cut off from that relationship. So even at the nicer end, it can be fraught with difficulties. But the more you look at the commercialisation of women's bodies, it's truly horrific. I mean, there's folk trafficked into this, their eggs are harvested, and ultimately, at the end of the day, although my heart goes out to people who can't have children, it must be a dreadful pain and a heartache. Ultimately, it's the right of that child. So to be born of a child where your egg, your mother, is not even regarded as being able to gestate that because they transplant it into another woman, thus reducing that contact, that bond. Anyway, we've had some fantastic speakers on that earlier. And as I said, it reminds me a little bit of the assisted dying thing, which said, I mean, Neil did a fantastic quote from a doctor who's been given advice on this. Even if a few grannies get bullied into suicide, isn't that a price worth paying? Join the dots. A lot of these things that are coming forward are attacks on women, attacks on reality, and ultimately attacks on children. We've got to be really, really careful on this. And I'd also like to give a huge shout out to Ash Regan. Her work in the Scottish Parliament, especially on the Unviable Bill, is amazing. She's got cross-party support. It's utterly fantastic. She's been a fantastic, strong voice for women and children on this. So I'd just like you all to give Ash a big clap. Thanks, Ash, for all you've done. So I urge conference to think nicely. They do say the road to hell is paved with good intentions. I believe there are very good intentions. I myself was of that opinion, but having looked into it, I changed my mind.
Thank you. Thank you. I now call Robert Reid to speak against the motion, and Anne, you have a right to sum up, if you wish.
Good afternoon, conference. I'm speaking against this motion today, not necessarily because I disagree with the ethos and intention behind it, but I fundamentally believe this is a matter of conscience, something that a political party shouldn't mandate its members, elected or otherwise, to support. We will all have our different views, whether it be on abortion, equal marriage, but no party, rightly in my view, mandates their members. And so I think the motion, I would have been happy with it until its final 3 words where it commits to making surrogacy illegal. I think, like I said, this is a matter of conscience, and please reject the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Sorry, Anne, beg your pardon, Anne. One final speaker, Christina Henge, will speak against the motion, and then Anne, I think you are going to sum up. You are. Yeah.
So I put my card in quite last minute. Sorry, Taz. I couldn't decide whether or not to speak on this, but I felt it was important to speak against the motion. And it's not because I am against the motion as a whole, like Robert said. It's more, I don't feel the motion differentiates between the commercialisation of surrogacy and those who do it for other reasons. And I think, like we've talked about women's rights, I think women should always have the right to choose. I am against surrogacy in many cases. I think a baby should not be for sale. You shouldn't be able to purchase a baby. But I think, like Alison had said, if we look at the measures in place, the safeguard measures, the support, consider the consent, I think we could improve how things are done in Scotland. But I think this motion is too strong, and I think we could bring a motion in the future, maybe worded differently or considered in a different way. But I think for this motion, I think, like Robert said, it should be a matter of conscience, and we shouldn't have a motion completely legalising surrogacy in Scotland. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Anne, sum up.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks to all the speakers. Alison and Christina, I'm not very good off the cuff. So, direction of travel is not to protect women, is not to... We do have good surrogacy laws at the moment, and commercial surrogacy is technically not allowed, and yet it's happening. We have more than half of parents are going abroad and using commercially surrogacy laws, women abroad. They will always be cheaper abroad. USA is also a surrogacy destination, but people in the UK would tend to use women from Georgia because it'll be cheaper. So all of that is happening. But fundamentally, could there be a situation that's truly altruistic? Women willing to put themselves in harm's way on a completely informed basis, isn't that an amazing act of selflessness? No, it's not. Women are conditioned to be kind, be nice, to care, put the needs of others first. But even with a friend or a relative, there's a risk of coercion, pressure, jealousy and regret are not unknowns before you begin, are unknowns before you begin. And frequently, as Theresa pointed out, relationships break down. One such woman described her experience of being a surrogate for friends as I felt used, manipulated and devastated. There's always a risk to the health of the mother. There's always a risk to the woman donating her eggs. A child is always removed from its mother at birth. Conference, no one has a right to a child. No one has a right to exploit poorer, younger women. And no one has a right to remove a child from its birth mother for this reason. Please support the motion.
Thank you, Anne. We're now going to move to a vote. All those in favour of the motion, please raise your cards. We're going to need a card count, so just so you can be ready, please keep your cards raised. And we'll take each side of the room and then report to Corey, and then we'll do the next bit. Let me know when you're satisfied you've got your number and give it to Corey. Okay, you may lower your cards. Thank you. All those against the motion, please raise your cards. Thank you. Let me know when they can lower their cards, can they? You can lower your cards on this side and on this side. Thank you. The figures are as follows. Those in favour of the motion, 47. Those against, 61. The motion falls. I wonder, Conference. Are you calling for a recount, Mr McElhenney? Okay, we can have a recount. I have no issue with that. No problem at all. Shh. If I can have a bit of silence so everybody knows what we're doing, we'll use different counters this time. We'll do it again, okay? If I can have 2 new people to count the votes. Suzanne and Josh? Suzanne and Josh. Okay, we're going to do that again. Thank you very much indeed. All those in favour of the motion, please raise your cards. And of course, people can change their minds when we do this. That happened last time. Can they lower their cards now? Yeah, lower your cards. And all those against, please raise your cards. You may lower your hands, thank you. Okay, so all those in favour of the motion this time round were 50, and those against were 53. The motion falls. Thank you. Conference, just if I may, we have a motion to be heard before Ash's speech. It's about conservancy, vessel conservancy. I'll get the title of it correctly. It just seems not the right time to hear that motion, because I think it's a nice follow-on to hear Ash's speech, and we're almost at lunchtime. With your agreement, can I take the next motion, proposed introduction of a vessel conservancy fee on the Clyde, straight after lunch? Would that be okay? Yes? And there, with great pleasure, Ash can't be with us today, unfortunately, but she has thankfully recorded a Holyrood Leaders address. And if I may direct your attention to the screen, we'll hear that next. Thank you very much.
Hello friends, I'm so sorry I can't be with you in person today. The unfortunate reality of politics is that standing up can sometimes make you a target for some, but I'm working to ensure solutions can be put in place for any future gatherings. Firstly, thank you to every member and supporter who put their faith in me through the nomination procedure, for voting, and the supportive messages, cards, flowers and gifts that have been sent over the last few days and weeks. It means the world to me, and I'm so grateful to all of you. The contest is now over, and we have a new leadership team who I'm sure will set out their vision for our party and its direction over the next year towards the election. I'll continue representing my Edinburgh Eastern constituency, as I have done, and also ALBA members in the Scottish Parliament. My unbuyable bill, which is to tackle the commercial sexual exploitation of prostitution, is making its way, with the important cross-party support, is making its way through the Parliament, and I look forward very much to sharing the continuing progress with you as we take on each stage in order to change the law in Scotland as that first critical step in eradicating the scourge of male violence against women. I believe that for democracy to work for all, it must be representative. Now, women, of course, make up more than half of Scotland's population. And so women must be encouraged and also supported to represent our communities, to help shape a better country that is safe and that also works for all of us. And attacks on women's human rights and on child safeguarding are happening at all levels of public life, I'm sad to say. But I will work tirelessly in my time in Parliament to hold to account those who would see our rights and our protections diminished. I want to thank every member who participated in these elections, including nominees, candidates and voters. And congratulations to ALBA's new NEC, who I'm sure will play a crucial role in representing members' interests between conferences in this, what is a very critical year for the party. So to all ALBA members, thank you for believing in our movement and for believing in Scotland. And the best legacy for Alex Salmond, I believe, is the one where we are able to deliver that success for ALBA in 2026. To drive forward independence for a better Scotland. Now, I look forward to meeting members in the months ahead, as I'm going to be travelling across Scotland with my unbuyable bill over the rest of spring and on into the summer. Time is really short, but opportunity abounds for those with the political will. So let's get organised and change Scotland for the better. The people of Scotland repeatedly gave a mandate for independence, but careerists, risk-averse politicians, and those who talk of strategy while not delivering a strategy have unfortunately failed us. Now, I didn't get elected on an independence ticket in order to get into the Parliament and then manage the decline of that Parliament, but to end it. We must not be content with watching Westminster dismantle our economy, our services, and our national dignity piece by piece. We must challenge that and offer the alternative, be the alternative. Let me be clear, Scotland is not, or ever has been, too poor, too wee, or too stupid. We are a nation of innovators, of creators, and of communities that are rich in spirit and in solidarity. And we have everything it takes to be a thriving, prosperous, self-governing country, if only we dared to claim it. 3 clear priorities will define my time in Parliament. Firstly, to make a bold, unapologetic case for independence by putting the how and the why of independence front and centre. Not vague promises, but concrete steps. And that includes a constitutional convention, diplomatic outreach, a national commission on economic transition, and a push to make every vote count. Second, integrity in public life. People are rightly sick of backroom deals, of lobbyists dictating policy, and politicians who serve themselves instead of serving the public. And that must end. A new politics that is not for sale, accountable to the people and only the people. I'm proud to be advocating for the unbuyable bill in Parliament, but we must also be unbuyable in all our work for Scotland. Third, I'll continue unflinchingly to advocate for protecting women's rights, for safeguarding children, and for common sense politics. And that means putting truth ahead of ideology, protecting single-sex spaces, and advocating for parental rights and challenging every policy that puts vulnerable groups at risk. But above all, this is a moment now for action, for that new chapter. Our country needs independence now more than ever. And Scotland deserves a political party that puts people before party and country before career. So I'll carry on with the courage, honesty, and unwavering belief that Scotland's best days lie ahead of us, that the people of Scotland must be our priority. So let's get to work to build the future Scotland.
Can I ask you, Ash, I just want to say, unfortunately Ash can't be here, but can we use this opportunity to demonstrate our support and appreciation of her excellent work in Parliament so it can be taken back to her so she knows our support. Yes, indeed. Thank you. And with that, we come to lunch. Can I ask you to please be, you have enough time to have it, so can I ask you to be back here sharp for 2:30, where we'll start with the postponed motion and then on to topicals, and we'll follow the agenda thereafter. Thank you. You've all settled down nicely. We now move to motion number 10, carried over from the morning session. Proposed introduction of a vessel conservancy fee on the Clyde, to be proposed by Jim McElhenney, and I have seconded by Jerry Watt. Is Jerry here? No. No problem. We'll take a seconder from the floor, but I have other speakers anyway. Can I just take a seconder from the floor? Thank you very much indeed. Jim McElhenney, welcome. So you can be ready. Jim will be followed by Dhruva Kumar, who will speak in favour of the motion, to be followed by Mike Baldry for the remit back. Jim.
Afternoon conference. Before I start, I need to give you an apology that I can't read my speech because I'm just recovering from my second operation on a detached retina and macular hole, and my good eye has been watering quite significantly this morning, so it's going to be a bit of a challenge. So that's my excuse for the wet tears, whatever, running down my face when we come to talk about Alex Salmond later on. So. Conference in 2023, we passed a motion to bring the ports and harbours on the Clyde and the Inchgreen dry dock into public ownership. That is now ALBA policy. It is with great frustration, therefore, that we are bringing yet another motion relating to the current owners' Peel ports. The Harbours Act 1964 states that income from ship, passenger and goods dues should be sufficient to cover maintenance of the core harbour infrastructure, dredging and lighting of the harbour for navigational purposes. This includes accruing a reasonable surplus, if required, towards the future relevant expenditure. According to Companies House, Clydeport, a Peel Ports company, in their report and financial statements for the year ending 31st of March 2023, the directors proposed and paid interim dividends of £28 million. It is clear beyond any reasonable doubt that Clydeport's income was therefore sufficient to cover maintenance of the core harbour infrastructure, dredging and lighting the harbour for navigational purposes. So it could be argued that Clydeport's proposed leisure vessel conservancy fees will only enhance the dividends paid to shareholders, while simultaneously Clydeport have financially benefited from the public purse in the form of Glasgow City regional deal and the Clyde Mission Developments Conference. This motion is seeking ALBA support for the small boat owners so that Scotland's waters are in the hands of the people that wish to use them, not the hands of multinational companies. Please support the motion.
Thank you, Jim. I now call Dhruva Kumar to speak in support of the motion, to be followed by Mike. Thank you, Dhruva.
Thanks, As. Good afternoon, conference. This motion is very important and I strongly support it. I would like to throw some facts. I come from marine professional background and been selling, then been educator in a marine professional background. Clyde, if you look at the Clyde Port and the Peel Authority, what they are doing is they are attacking in the same way what the Labour government has done for small businesses. Peel Authority basically try to squeeze the small boat owners, which they provide more than 3,000 jobs and contribute to the Scottish marine industry. A Scottish marine and leisure industry is backbone and pivotal to Scottish economic growth. Peel Authority, even though they do have right to charge, however, this is completely detrimental and it will diminish the growth. Recent, if you go and look out, the public sentiment demonstrate. Petition has gone live, more than 4,600, I count, last time I saw, has already gone into to oppose this. On contrary, Peel Port Authority should be doing is to charging commercial boats. Now look at that risk. Is there any risk being proposed by a small or being posed by a small boat owners? Are there risks to the health and safety? Are there risks to any local authority? Are there risks to any inland water revenue? Answer is clearly no. What is the driven, what's their motive to charge that? What I see, I do not find any facts charging or bringing any £500,000 revenue which they propose. They could do any better for the small community. It is another attack, which is the British, basically the British marine small boat industry has done it. So for ALPA, we stand very clear for pro-businesses. For that, it is important that we show and demonstrate our strong support. So I urge this conference, please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dhruva. Mike, do you have a seconder for your remit back, or I'll take one from the floor? Anyone? Thank you. Thank you.
When I first read this resolution, I felt fine for all the reasons which the previous speakers have said. But last night, I did a wee bit of research on the internet. I'm no expert, I defer to Jim, but the Clyde Port Authority was apparently formed in 1966 as a state-owned enterprise. It was privatised in 1992 and purchased by Peel Ports 11 years later. Peel Ports also control Merseyside, which you may believe is the major competitor to Clydeside as a West Coast port on this island. As part of the acquisition, Peel Ports became the port authority for the Clyde and the Firth of Clyde. And the question is, why? You know, marine law is complex. Part is reserved primarily to international treaties and safety standards, but a lot of it is devolved. Now, most laws in this area were passed in the mid-1960s, before any devolution. But my question is, why are we saying, please, pretty please, pale ports, don't make us pay to use our boats? Why are we not saying to our MSPs down the road in Holyrood, stop being so feeble? Why don't you use... Why do you not use your powers, and even under devolution, to actually introduce new harbour orders so that the people who own and build ports obviously should have the right to charge fees? They should be supported to ensure they have the proper pilotage or the proper dredging, but they should not be controlling the whole areas of our waterways. That should be a government responsibility under Transport Scotland or Natural Heritage Scotland. We should look at transport, industry needs, as well as environmental needs, tourist needs, recreation needs. So I suggest we remit this back. Maybe we put it into the Transportation National Assembly to consider it, but we should not be pleading with Peel Ports not to introduce a charge. We should be demanding from our MSPs to do something about it, use the powers they have. It may be unprecedented, like never stopped Alex Stern stuff, which was unprecedented. We should do this, and we should remit this back. I support the resolution, but it's too feeble. It does not have enough oomph. Now, the slide behind says ALBA. That's who we are. We should demand action, not words. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Jim, I've got no more cards. Jim, you have a right to sum up. Would you like to do so? Yes. Welcome back, Jim.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mike, for those points. Public ownership. The Peel Ports Group owns Clydeport, which operates as the harbour authority for 450 square miles along the River Clyde. They have anchorages near residential areas and continually fail to engage with communities. In 2021, Peel Ports leased the UK's largest dry dock in Screen to Atlas Decommissioning and promised the creation of 100 jobs that have failed to materialise. If it went ahead, it would have turned this strategic asset into a scrapyard. The dry dock has lain empty for 20 years, with many broken promises to maintain and return it to a fully operational marine facility. The ALBA Party recognises the determination and drive of the campaign to save the Inchgreen dry dock and their efforts to have this strategic facility become fully operational in its primary function as a shipbuilding and maintenance and repair part of a Scottish Maritime Strategic Partnership. Furthermore, we support the drive to bring the ports and harbours on the River Clyde into public ownership. That was passed at the 2023 conference, and it's already ALBA policy, so we'll no need to remit back. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you. I have no further cards, and so we'll now vote. All those in favour of the remit back, please raise your cards. All those against? The remit back falls. All those in favour of the motion, please raise your cards. All those against? Motion passes. Thank you very much indeed. We now move on to the topical and emergency resolutions. The first one is on ALBA conferences, to be proposed by Neil Hanvey and seconded by Daniel Jack. It's on the website, but you'll also see it behind me here. Neil Hanvey, welcome.
Thank you very much, Chair. So, Conference, this motion is effectively a bit of housekeeping. It's important that we do this for a couple of reasons. The first point, I think, was best made by our Holyrood leader during the recent hustings, which was we have a finite amount of time before we get to the Holyrood elections. And so the most important priority for us to use our conference in the autumn is to focus on that election and all of the activity that we've agreed to undertake at this conference to make sure our policy base is in shape for that election rather than rerunning elections, internal elections for NEC that will only have been in existence for about 7 months by the time we roll around to that conference. So this motion asks conference to agree some administrative arrangements that we were required to put in place to allow us to be in the best shape possible to fight that election, to have a conference that concentrates on the Holyrood election, a campaign conference at the end of this year, and that we revisit our elections at a time after the next election, so in May. And we obviously need to do that in a spirit of confidence going into those elections. There may be many people in this room who will be elected representatives in the Scottish Parliament by that time, and so that will change the complexity not just of the NEC but of the party. And it's really important that we take the time to fight that election, get our message clear, and then revisit the election of office bearers and the like once that election is completed. I hope you'll support the motion before you. That's why it's important, and that's why we need to agree this today.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Neil. I now call Daniel Jack to speak in favour of the motion, to second the motion, I beg your pardon, Daniel, to be followed by Steve Chisholm, who will speak in favour of the motion.
Good afternoon, Conference. I'll be brief. Yesterday, you heard about some organisational changes which are being put in place to make the party machinery more resilient and flexible with a view to the campaign which was about to start. The proposals set out in this motion complement those actions, because if adopted, we will then have an organisation and elected members which are wholly committed to securing success in the Holyrood elections. The countdown to Holyrood 2026 begins now. Beginning next month, our prospective candidates will undergo vetting and training, and over the summer months, the new leadership and the NEC will be engaging with members across the country, because this is a battle unlike any other which we have faced. If we all play our part in this battle, the victory will be ours, and we will be on our way to independence. Please support this motion.
Steve Chisholm to speak in support of the motion.
Conference, we've just no time to lose. Our opponents are already prepped and armed, with many candidates already identified and pushing out their long campaign literature. Just in the last few weeks, I've had 2 brochures in from the Liberal Democrats pushing the great good work that their candidate for 2026 is doing. You know, sadly, we did lose momentum through the unexpected and tragic loss of our friend and leader last year. And what this common sense motion does, it gives us an opportunity to recapture some of that time when we can now put it to best use. You know, the events of last year are less raw, though still heavy on our hearts. But now what we have to do is every single thing we can do to focus on maximising that independence vote for 2026 and realise the dream. Because every second counts in the battle we're going to see, a battle like no other, where fearful of losing, the opponents against us are going to throw the kitchen sink at us, and we need to be ready. So please support this motion. Allow all of us to spend every single minute we have working together to ensure that when the next Parliament comes, there's a strong cohort of ALBA SMPs there to drive independence forward as the #1 priority for a free and prosperous Scotland, because the people of Scotland, they deserve nothing less.
Thank you, Steve. I now call Christina Hendry, who will be our final speaker. I have no further cards in. Christina? Yes. Yeah, of course. Just a second. Of course. Right, okay, so you don't have a copy of the motion. You should, so the motion is online. That's why, Morgan, no problem. That's why the very first thing we did this morning was to agree the motions we had in so we could put them online. Of course. Absolutely. Yeah. So. No problem at all. No problem at all. It is online. It's not on screen. Sorry, and it'd be too small print anyway. In which case, I would normally read it, which I'm happy to do if that is of assistance. Thank you. Oopsie. Would you like me to read the conference? Sorry. Thank you for your point of order, Morgan. Duly noted. I know somebody's now helpfully passed it to you where it appears online, as have the other motions, including your own topical, which we're about to hear next. Would conference like me to read out the entirety of the motion for conference's benefit? I'm having shaking of the heads. I'll go with the mood of the meeting. If you'd like me to read out the motion, please raise your hands. If you're happy that you've seen it online, please raise your hands and you don't need to see it. The majority of the people are happy that they've seen it online. Thank you, Morgan. I'll let you take a few seconds to finish reading it before I ask. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Christina, for your forbearance. Please welcome Christina Henry.
Conference, this motion I feel is very important. I think in politics you have to react to what happens and what you're faced with. And we all know last October there was tragic circumstances, and as a party we had to react to that. And I think the party made the right decision, so thank you for all who voted for it, in extending the term of the NEC that was already in place. As I had two hats on that. I was a member of the NEC, but also as the family of Alec, it felt like it gave time to gather our thoughts, and those who sat on the NEC with Uncle Alec were able to pull together his contribution he'd given in the past year. And I think this is not quite usual circumstances for the party. Obviously, normally we do have the NEC in place for the 12 months, but I think we are coming into arguably the most important year of the party, and we've so much work to do. And I think it would make most sense to have our conference in autumn as a campaign conference where we can all come together. We'll have our candidates in place. We can all come together and share in a space where we can motivate each other, we can pull together, hear how everyone's doing in the campaign across the country. So I would urge you to support the motion. I hope you've all had a chance to read it, and thank you for all the support. And I think we're coming into a really exciting year, and we must keep up with our progress and momentum. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Christina. I have no cards in against. Can I ask that the motion be passed by acclaim? Thank you. We now move to the topical motion on assisted dying to be proposed by Morgan Davies with the support of his LACU. Again, this is online. Apologies. I don't think the AB team have been given the motions. Yes, he's given me an irritated shake of the head. Apologies, so we can't get that on screen. But I know, Morgan, you're going to demonstrate in circumstances where it's not available on screen how one should present a motion so that conference know what we're talking about. Well done, Morgan. Thank you.
Right. Assisted dying. I've labelled this a call for balanced parliamentary scrutiny. And what we're calling for conference to do is to condemn the one-sided nature of the scrutiny of the Terminate Ill Act End-of-Life Bill, and that we should urge fair, balanced handling as it moves through the third reading and into the House of Lords. Conference calls for fair, open and transparent scrutiny of the Assisted Dying for Terminally Ill Adults Scotland Bill in the Scottish Parliament, ensuring all perspectives are considered. So, as for the speech, today we stand at the crossroads of a profoundly sensitive and polarising issue, assisted dying. This topic evokes strong and passionate feelings on both sides of the debate. It is a matter of life and death, and as such it demands the highest level of parliamentary scrutiny. Yet the journey of the Terminal Ill Act End-of-Life Bill in Westminster, introduced by Kim Ledbetter MP, has raised serious concerns about the fairness and thoroughness of the scrutiny process. might feel that starting any bill from the point of view that the leader of the then opposition gives an undertaking to a television personality that they will do something about it is not the best place to start with serious legislation. Assisted dying is a conscience issue. Members of MPs, MSPs are free to vote according to their own beliefs and views without party whips influencing the decision. This freedom underscores the importance of each representative's personal morals and the weight of the issue at hand. Thus, when scrutinising such a crucial matter, it is imperative that the process is conducted with the utmost integrity, transparency and impartiality. However, what we have witnessed throughout the scrutiny of Kim Ledbetter's MPs' private members' bill at Westminster has been anything but fair or balanced. Instead, the committee seems to have taken a leaf out of the playbook of the Scottish Government and the Scottish Parliament's handling of the Gender Reform Bill as a model. They seem to think that that was the perfect model to take a sensitive issue and scrutinise it. This is a decision that has led to a one-sided scrutiny process. This approach has blocked evidence from those critical of the bill and only sought testimony from entities supporting assisted dying in countries where it is already legal. An example of this would be calling experts from Australia that are in favour of assisted dying as it's been enacted in Australia, but not listening to anybody who's critical of it. The expert from Australia actually said on record that assisted dying prevents suicide, which I think some people might say stretches the meaning of words to a level that it shouldn't be stretched. The scrutiny process of the Terminally Ill Act's End-of-Life Bill has seen amendment after amendment meant to improve safeguards being systematically voted down. It is disheartening to observe that potential enhancements to the bill's protective measures have been overlooked or outright dismissed. Safeguards are crucial in ensuring that the law is applied justly and that the vulnerable are protected. Ignoring these amendments only serves to weaken the bill and heighten public concern and mistrust. In light of these issues, I call upon this conference to condemn the one-sided nature of the committee stage of the English Terminal Ill Act End-of-Life Bill. We must advocate for a fairer and more balanced approach as the bill progresses to the House of Lords. It is essential that all perspectives are considered and that evidence from both supporters and critics of assisted dying is given equal weight. Furthermore, I urge the Scottish Parliament to heed our call for fair, open and transparent scrutiny of the Assisting Dying for Terminally Ill Act Scotland Bill. The Scottish Parliament must ensure that evidence is heard from everyone, regardless of whether they support the Act or have concerns. This inclusive approach is the only way to build a comprehensive and well-rounded understanding of the issue, reflecting the diverse views and experiences of our society. Assisted dying is not a decision to be taken lightly. It touches upon the very core of our humanity, ethics and values. Therefore, it is imperative that our legislative process reflect the gravity of this issue. We owe it to the terminally ill, their families and society at large to engage in a thorough and unbiased examination of the potential consequences and safeguards associated with assisted dying. As we move forward, let us remember that the strength of our democracy lies in its ability to accommodate diverse perspectives and foster informed debate. By ensuring that the scrutiny process is fair, transparent and inclusive, we can create a legislative framework that is not only just but also compassionate. In conclusion, I ask you all to join me in supporting this resolution and what I said at the very beginning, that we want balanced, equitable scrutiny in both Westminster and Holyrood. We want everybody's voice to be heard, and if we're going to go ahead with assisted dying, we need to ensure that the legislation is the best it can be. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Morgan. Thank you. Thank you, Morgan. I have no cards in against. Can I ask that the motion be passed by acclaim? I now move to the emergency motion on the sectarian attack on a Catholic primary school in Busby, and I call Chris McElhenney to propose the motion. I'm presuming you have the support of the LACU. Thank you. Chris McElhenney.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm very grateful that the Conference Committee has indeed selected this, which I think shows the importance that the ALBA Party takes of these matters. Again, I think it is online, so hopefully you've had a chance to read it. But in essence, of course, what we're saying here is we're opposed to sectarianism, but in this case what we mean with sectarianism is anti-Catholic hate crime. And all day today and yesterday we've articulated pretty well a wide variety of policy positions, but sometimes political parties need to have more than just policy positions. Sometimes they need to show that they're actually quite mature as an organisation. We're only 4 years old, and I think it is quite mature that as an organisation we utterly condemn abhorrent acts of sectarianism at Catholic primary schools, which have been repeated over and over and over. Of course, when you take mature positions in politics, there are unintended positive consequences. Slight anecdote here, when I used to talk about Catholicism, which was quite often to Alec, he always spoke and told me stories about this guy Tam. He would always say, well, Tam says this and Tam says that. And, you know, one time Tam was telling me when he was speaking to the Pope, and I was like, who's this guy Tam, Alec? And he says, it was Archbishop Thomas winning, then Cardinal winning. And, you know, and Alec had a column in a magazine called Flourish, which was the Glasgow city diocese, effectively, the largest Catholic population in Scotland, their house magazine that was in every church, and he had a column in that as the SNP leader. And, you know, through Alec taking mature stances, whether it was on Catholic education, sometimes controversial issues, whether it was on sectarianism, and, you know, not being scared to call out what he thought perhaps were positions in the Catholic Church that were wrong, but indeed call out any occasions that he thought people were oppressing Catholics. The SNP support amongst the Catholic community in Scotland was, you know, under 10% during parts of the 1980s, and sometimes older campaigners would tell me that they would often be referred to as the Scottish Protestant Party because of, you know, some, you know, really foolish things that had happened. But in 2011, 43% of Scotland's Catholic community voted SNP. And in the referendum in 2014, the Strathclyde University reckons about 70% of Scotland's Catholic community voted yes. So as I say, you know, we don't come forward with positions like that to, you know, shamefully exploit potential political constituencies. But the benefit of being a mature political party that says that, you know, an assault on Scotland's Catholic community is an assault on Scotland's Muslim community. An assault on Scotland's Muslim community is an assault on Scotland's Hindu community, and an assault on Scotland's Hindu community is an assault on Scotland's Protestant community, and an assault on Scotland's Protestant community is an assault on everyone of all faiths and no faiths. And I think that's the reason that we joined this party, because we want to create a country that's fair and equal for everyone. And my final point is, I've got Twitter like most people, and Taz actually, several years ago, told me you can mute words, right? So my muted words on Twitter are Fenian, Taig, Tarrier, IRA, etc, etc, etc. And quite often, when I post things, you see there's maybe like 18 comments that you can't see. And if you go into it, that's still the sort of language we get. So I think it's really important that, you know, when things that I thought were in the past, you know, Alec and Kenny indeed try to bring forward legislation such as the Offensive Behaviour at Football Act. That was voted down by the opposition after 2016, but they forgot to actually bring in something else in to actually try and curb the poison on society that is sectarianism, where it's anti-Catholicism, anti-Islam, which of course is on the rise across the whole of the UK, whether it's attacking Hindus because they believe things that are different from Abrahamic faiths, or whether it's indeed attacking anyone because, you know, they don't have a faith. We need to be the party of all of Scotland. That's what ALBA Party means, the Scotland Party. And if you want to be the party for all of Scotland, you need to welcome everyone in Scotland. And sometimes that means you need to stand up for people, even those you don't agree with. I'm the first person in Scotland, and this is very controversial. I'll stand on a picket line and defend the right of the Orange Order to march, because that's how much I believe in freedom of speech. But we also have to call out sectarianism and bigotry and discrimination every single time we hear it and see it. And it's not just good enough being against it, you have to actively oppose it and condemn it and call it out when you see it. So I'm really delighted and I'm grateful to the party chair that she's allowed this motion today. I think it sends a good, strong message out to the Catholic community in Scotland that we're a mature political party, we stand by their side, and we absolutely are a political party that they can trust to put their vote in at next year's election. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you, Chris. Again, that motion is on the party website. If anybody needs me to read it out any further, I think Chris has articulated exactly what it's saying. This is based on a recent attacks on a local primary school, simply appalling graffiti and attempts previously to burn playgrounds. Anyway, is everybody satisfied that they have enough information on this motion? Thank you very much indeed. Can I ask, therefore, that the motion is passed by acclaim? I have no cards in against. Before we move on to the next item, while Robert Reid is preparing himself for a short presentation on ALBA ballot box results and a brief session on e-canvasser, Gavin, I have a card in from you. It's detailed point of order, but it's actually just a point of information, just asking me a question. So rather than take it as a point of order, just answer your question, which is when will the topical motions from yesterday be on the website, particularly the one about Sandy Peggy. It's being updated as we go along. Hopefully at some point this afternoon it will be there. Okay? Thank you. Hopefully that answers your question. Thank you, Gavin. Right. Robert Reid, ballot box presentation, some of our results, and important, you can introduce it as you wish. Thank you, Robert. Yes.
Hello, Conference. This will be relatively short, as there's other, perhaps more exciting things to be getting on to, but I just wanted to show, I was asked by the party chair to highlight the kind of real progress that the ALBA Party has been making with SNP voters in recent council by-elections. As you'll be aware, we've stood in 7 by-elections since last year's general election, and we've seen quite substantial progress. And so I'd like to put on the screen the slides. Yeah. Slides first. 6. Start in reverse order, the way I've numbered.
Good question, Mr. AV man.
Okay. So you'll see this is Inverclyde West, where Chris McElhinney stood and achieved our best ever by-election result. Well, I'll say when to switch. It's fine. Sorry. There you go. And so you'll see here, this is a table showing the SNP second preferences. The exact same candidate in the exact same ward. We've seen quite a substantial increase, and that's taken into account as well the massive increase in vote share in first preferences as well. There is no Green candidate. The Greens have never stood in Inverclyde, so there's no comparison, but the others will have comparisons with the Green Party, which is quite stark. Next. This is for Perth City North by-election, where I was the candidate and was our best ever by-election result at that time. And you'll see here, the graphs really speak for themselves. In 2022, the Greens could almost weigh the vote in SNP second preferences. Their vote has collapsed, and you've seen a modest increase, the most modest that we'll see here today in ALBA second preferences, to essentially level with the Greens. Next. In Lockheed Ward, where Alan Ross, it was a week after my by-election, but if it was the week before, that would have been the best by-election result that we've ever had. And you'll see here again, the Green vote has collapsed for SNP second preferences. It was 31.8% in 2022. Now it is 15.1%. And we have, in fact, overtaken the Greens in Dundee on SNP second preferences, judging by this. Next. This is in Maryhill. Obviously, the Greens, two strongholds in Scotland are Edinburgh and Glasgow for the Greens. Must be something in the water, I don't know. But you can see a comparison there. A real stark drop in the Greens, and even in Green Heartland, Green strongholds, we're making quite considerable gains with SNP second preferences there too. Next, please. And in Kirkintilloch, North East and Twecker, in West Dunbartonshire, the same story, neck and neck. Now, was it East? Okay. neck and neck with the Greens, and I think one more, the most recent, Broxburn Paul and Winchborough, which was Frank Anderson, our newly elected local government convener, and again we have overtaken the Greens and SNP second preferences there. So what does this mean, really, is the fundamental question. Does it mean that 22% of SNP voters will now be voting ALBA on the list using their second ballot next year? No, it does not mean that. It's not a direct comparison, but it's important to highlight that there is a softening of the view of SNP members on ALBA and are willing to consider us more, and that number is increasing, and importantly to show that the Greens, perhaps their conduct in government, the way that they left government, the SNP voters have lost confidence in the Green Party as a kind of natural second home as an independent supporter. So I think it points to a real opportunity for the party if we get out on the streets and knocking doors over the next year, that there won't be hostility like perhaps there may have been in years gone by, and we really need to focus all of our energies in getting on the doors around our streets and schemes and ensuring that the arguments we make, which I'm sure we'll hear about soon, about why it's important to vote ALBA on the list and SNP wasted votes, make sure every single SNP voter out there understands, because judging by this, it shows that real signs of success. Which leads me on to a quick brief announcement about eCanvasser. So as many of you will probably know, we have an eCanvasser software which we are, I don't know if the quality is that great here, let's see. Perhaps not. But we have eCanvasser software, and I understand fully that in the past there may have been barriers put in place or obstacles perhaps that gives people access to that. And I can like to announce today that we have ensured that every single ALBA member, if they wish, can now gain access to eCanvasser, and every single LACU in Scotland now has at least 2 council wards on there, which we can make a start on. Now, the plan is to get members signed up today. If you're willing to be going out knocking doors in your local area, then please go to the front desk and give your name, email address and LACU, and you will receive an invite to join the app. Once LACUs make sufficient progress in the council wards, which have been selected by the conveners and organisers of the LACUs, then we can add more, but it's a kind of starter for 10, if you like. The app is extremely straightforward and easy to use. It looks like you perhaps won't be able to see much on the screen, so I think I might just do a video presentation, and we'll get that sent out to members across the country. And I can run weekly sessions on how to use the app. But like I say, it's very straightforward. It's far better than Activate, which many of you may have used in the SNP. It's a fantastic piece of software, and it's vital for us to achieve success next year, is to get out knocking on the doors and using this software and collecting the data. We've seen it works. Just put one point of reference, my by-election in Perth City North, in an area called Tulloch, I knocked on with my activists 1,000 doors, and in that ballot box zone we achieved 10% of the vote. It's clear when people hear what we're about, hear our policies, hear our message, they like what they see. Perhaps they don't know about it now, and that's the only way we can change that, if we're not on their TV screens, is by being on their doorstep. So please do make your way to the back desk, even on your way out this evening, and give me your name, email address and LACU. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. We now move to the final motion on the agenda, an NEC motion entitled ALBA Election Strategy. It says plus open mic session. That is because the intention is to have a debate on the motion, but a separate section a general election debate, almost like we had at our last conference before the 2024 general election, because I'd like to get a sense, we would like to get a sense, you'd all like to get a sense from each other about what our participation in the 2026 elections looks like. By that I mean quite clearly whether it's list-only seats or whether members want us to fight all constituencies or some constituencies. That is what that general discussion is about. It's detailed as an open mic session, not because it's casual, but I appreciate that some people are uncomfortable speaking at the lecterns that are here, even here and down there. So there is a roving mic available if people just want to say their piece. They don't need to put in a formal card to do so. I'm quite happy for people just to indicate that they'd like to speak. They are two separate items on the agenda. I just wanted to make that clear in case there's any confusion around that. So the motion... Sorry, somebody's gesturing, but I'm not sure what he's saying, but no doubt he'll advise me in due course. Motion number 11 is the election strategy to be presented on behalf of the National Executive Committee by Josh Robertson.
Thanks, Taz. And just wanting to reiterate there as well, this isn't a motion on whether or not we fight just on the list or constituency. Rather, it's a motion that solidifies and reaffirms our commitment to independence and ensuring that all possible avenues to achieve it are followed. I'm really looking forward to hearing from members the different views on how we deliver this strategy, and as organiser, I'll endeavour to facilitate everybody to deliver that strategy. And just want to reiterate what Rob Reid said there. Please do sign up for the e-canvasser. It's going to be pivotal to the success that we have in 26. It's all well and good to come to conference and to speak and to get the buzz from conference, but the real work for delivering for Scotland isn't done at this lectern, it's done at doors around Scotland, and we have to make sure that we chap on as many as we possibly can. But in saying that, what a conference we've had so far. We should be proud as a party with the breadth of policy and ideas that we've brought to the rostrum the past 2 days. This conference, there's been 3 floor counts. That is democracy in action. It's what we love to hear. Not motions passed by acclaim, but motions with a bit of debate. But over this weekend, we've discussed and dreamed of a better Scotland. A Scotland that has the funds in the NHS for home birthing. A Scotland that has the powers for a fairer and more progressive form of taxation. A transport system that facilitates and supports communities rather than being a bottleneck and a danger. And most importantly, and not just because I spoke on it, but a Scotland that doesn't lose industrial capacity like Grangemouth, but builds more of it. But after a weekend of dreaming conference, we now have to action it. Now is the time, not to meekly ask for a referendum, not to ask nicely for our sovereignty, but instead to demand what's rightfully ours. Now we must act like a nation and immediately begin negotiations to lift the yoke of unionism and set our country free. Many of us here joined ALBA for 2 reasons. Number 1 was independence, and number 2 was to show our support and belief in Alex Salmond as the only man that we believed could get us there. Sadly, conference, our founder isn't here to speak to this motion, and I'm not going to be callous enough to say I know what Alex wanted. None of us come close to his strategic thinking. But what Alex did leave was his strategy. In conference, this motion was his strategy. It was the reason ALBA was founded, to hold other parties to account and bring independence back onto the agenda. It's been our election strategy in 21 with the supermajority and 24 with the proposal of a Scotland united. We failed then conference, but as the famous tale about Robert the Bruce goes, when he was at his lowest and hounded, he seen a spider. He watched that spider try and fail to build its web, but through determination and skill was finally able to complete its task. This inspired Bruce to fight for his country's independence, which he successfully delivered. If at first you don't succeed, try again. So what may us do, conference? With our founding leader in our hearts and our friends across the independence movement, we must deliver. We must ensure that not only the dream shall never die, but we must lead to make sure that that dream is delivered. Please support the motion. Thank you.
I now call Angus Brendan McNeill to speak in favour of the motion. Angus.
Thanks very much. We know there wouldn't be a referendum, that's out. The Westminster and its and its government and its Supreme Court have prevented its devolved Parliament at Holyrood, which is what the Scottish Parliament actually is. Westminster's devolved Parliament at Holyrood from holding that. That's from the Supreme Court in November 2022. But a referendum would have been a one-off. Elections come at least every 5 years, and we can call extraordinary elections for independence any time, and that power currently rests with the SNP. I was asked yesterday by somebody who's probably still in the audience, I'm quickly looking, what if Westminster says no? Well, they won't. That's why the referendum was blocked in the first place, because that referendum could have, if it was won, put them into a position of having to say yes to independence, or else they wouldn't be able to hold their head high in the international community. It's one thing to say no to a question, such as, can we have a referendum, please? That is a politician-to-politician interaction. But if a nation votes when what the Supreme Court termed the authority of the ballot box in a democratic culture, that changes the narrative from a politician-to-politician interaction to an individual to a nation. This would be one puny Prime Minister to a nation. A democratic event would have happened, which didn't happen because the Supreme Court blocked it. But an election would be a democratic event happening, and we would then be in a situation where Charles Stuart Parnell said that one man can't say no to the advance of a nation. Now, I would like the 2026 election, of course, to be about independence, but the SNP, currently the largest of the trinity of independence parties, is too punch-drunk to have that and to make the ask at the election to have a mandate, and we can't claim afterwards that we have a vote for independence if that is not what was said in the manifestos before the ballot box. But if there's no majority for independence itself at the election, we can have a majority for independence parties, so that the possibility is, if we have a majority in the Scottish Parliament, that the possibility of a poll doesn't vanish before 2031. If an SNP vote wasn't for independence in 2026, we have to create the possibility of it being able to happen between all parties for 2031. And obviously for independence, as was said yesterday by a number of speakers, including myself, the SNP needs ALBA and ALBA needs the SNP. This is the combination, with ALBA being the kingmakers for the independence majority. If we as an independence voting people go canny, we can slash the anti-independence MPs in half at Holyrood and increase the pro-independence MSPs to a comfortable majority of about 22 to 23 ALBA MPs, possibly. So how does that happen? Well, in 2016, if you bear with me, it took 1 million votes to elect 2 SNP MSPs on the list, but it took 24,000 each to vote a Labour or Tory MSP. In 6 of Scotland's regions, about 900,000 votes for the SNP were utterly wasted in 6 regions. And I'll go through them quite briefly, and I'm looking for a bit of audience participation here. I know it's Friday afternoon. I know people can get a bit...
It's not a Saturday afternoon.
It's not a Saturday afternoon. There you go. I was so enjoying Friday night, it carried on. I know it's Saturday afternoon. Thank you. Celtic are playing Hearts this afternoon, that's right. Central Scotland voting SNP on the list wasted 148,399 independence votes, electing precisely 0 MSPs. 6 Labour and 6 Tories were elected on fewer than that number of votes. And if those votes had gone to ALBA, possibly 4 ALBA members could have come in. In Glasgow, voting SNP wasted 134,917 independence votes, electing 0 MSPs. 6 Labour and Tories came in. That could have been halved, with ALBA getting a possible of 4, and they had fewer votes between them than the SNP in Glasgow. In Lothian, where the SNP and the vote was roughly the same as the Labour and the Tory vote, 141,478 votes were wasted, electing 0 MSPs for independence. Mid-Scotland and Fife, voting SNP on the list, wasted 136,825 votes, electing 0 MSPs for independence. 6 Labour were there and 6 Tories. That could have been halved, with ALBA getting 2 or 3. North East Scotland, voting SNP on the list, wasted 147,910 pro-independence votes, electing 0 independent supporting MSPs. And 6 Labour and Tories there could have been halved again. The west of Scotland, where Mr McElhenney lives, voting SNP was the worst. It wasted 152,671, electing 0 So 6 Labour and 6 Tories there could have been halved again. So in this process, if we use the pro-independence votes wisely for ALBA on the list in Scotland, we can halve the number of Labour and Tories, thwart reform and increase the independence majority. Rather than waste 864,200 votes in those 6 areas, we can actually get a whole pile of pro-independence MSPs in instead. But that's not all. There's 2 other regions I haven't mentioned. In the Highlands and Islands and the south of Scotland, 233,174 votes were used to elect 1 MSP each. Those votes were not very efficient, as by contrast, Labour and the Tories got just about the same, but instead of 2 seats, they held 11 pro-independence votes. And these votes had gone to ALBA instead, you could have had 5 or 6 seats and 5 or 6 fewer Labour and Tory MPs. So in total, there could have been over 20 seats for ALBA for independence, or the 2 for the SNP. Now, what is better for independence voting second on the list? Clearly, it's voting ALBA, right. And the thing I want to leave you with is it's 10 times more effective for independence to vote ALBA on the list. Can we repeat this after me? And I want this to be repeated a lot in Scotland. 10 times more effective for independence to vote ALBA on the list. 10 times more effective than for independence to vote ALBA on the list. Thank you. And if we can say that every morning and evening until the 7th of May 2026, we will see what is not my lifelong goal, but my 2 to 3 year goal of independence for Scotland, which is round the corner if we get it right. I believe.
Thank you, Angus. Thank you. Say again, sorry? Yes, I'm sure we can. Angus, if your speech isn't written on the back of something you picked up in a pub in Edinburgh, could we have it so we can transcribe it? So we'll do that. We'll do that for you. Thank you very much. Thank you. You mean you weren't noting it all down? I have 3 cards, and I just want to ask the speakers if their cards are in relation to this motion or if it's in the general discussion, okay? So I've got a remit back from Jim McElhenney of this NEC motion. Jim, is that a remit back of this motion, or do you want to speak in the election strategy general discussion? It's remit back on this motion, okay, thank you. Irie, same question to you. You want to, sorry, remit back this motion? Remit back this motion. And Craig, I've got you voting against this election strategy, Craig Murray. Right, okay. Jim McElhenney for the remit back. Your remit back, presuming that you have another remit back, is seconded by the fact there's another remit backer. Yes, agreed? Yes? Jim.
Conference. Both Kenny and Ash in their leadership campaigns stated that the preference was for ALBA to stand on the list only, but it would be up to the members to decide. Having received the draft agenda, it was concerning that the Conference Committee had denied the members that opportunity to debate this vitally important issue, despite the fact that our LACU submitted a motion to allow that debate. The reason they gave was that there was already a motion on the election strategy. We then submitted an amendment to this motion to seek that debate. We didn't receive any subsequent correspondence on why our amendment wasn't taken. Conference, let's look at this motion as read. What is its substance? What are the actions? Line 1, seeking a mandate for independence. The 3rd paragraph, fought as a plebiscite election. Victory will form the basis to commence negotiations to establish an independent Scottish state. All great stuff, but where's the how? There's then a paragraph about how great it will be. Finally, the action paragraph. ALBA will work with others, supporting independence to both win that election and in forming an independence-focused administration in Holyrood. Conference. It's not a bad motion. It's a very bad motion. In the words of Jack Jarvis, Esquire, birthday cared, bravo. an incohesive word salad at best, a feast for the ever-present carrot muncher. Conference. The independence movement are tired and weary. Tired of marching to the top of the hill, then back down again. Successive mandates wasted, wheeshed for Indy. They are desperately needing leadership and a meaningful strategy to deliver for them. The SNP are currently polling at 30%, yet Indy support remains high at around 50%. A lot of Indy people are saying that they won't vote SNP ever again. They've lost hope. That's turned to apathy and despair. They need a party to vote for, a party they can trust, a party that will stand up for women and girls, for Grangemouth, for our pensioners. Conference. SNP 1, ALBA 2 was the right strategy for 2021. Far too much damage has been done since then. By asking the Indy support to vote SNP in the constituencies with the hope of us picking up a handful of list seats is not only madness but hypocritical. It reminds me of the Gender Recognition Reform Bill when it was going through Holyrood. A number of valid concerns were articulated by opposition parties and a raft of amendments put forward. All these amendments were defeated by the SNP Green coalition. When it came to the final vote, did those who put forward the amendments remain opposed to the bill? No. The majority voted for the bill. Let's be honest. We've struggled to register at all within the polls. Indeed, a recent headquarters email was predicting us to get 1 seat. You know, last year our area were fortunate to have one of the few Westminster candidates standing for ALBA. I would have hated to have no one to vote for. Conference. A vote for the SNP is a vote for the status quo. What did someone once say was the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over and getting the same result, but expecting a different one. ALBA have to change the narrative. New Labour are every bit as bad as the old New Labour, out-Torying the Tories. Alex Salmond once said that political change can happen very quickly. We have to give the electorate hope, something and someone to vote for. We are the only hope. It is time for ALBA to lead the charge, to let go of the SNP coattails. Yes, it will be costly. Many will be paper candidates even. But it's now or never. Our current position is incoherent. On the one hand, we talk of each election being a plebiscite. A vote for ALBA is a vote for independence. That's disingenuous. We then go on to talk about forming an independence-focused administration and holding the SNPs to the fire. Conference. We have 11 months to convince the independence movement that a vote for ALBA is a vote for independence. No ifs, no buts. We can only deliver for them by being the only independence party standing in constituencies on that plebiscite. Anything less is a vote for the status quo. 5 more years of SNP dithering, or worse, a unionist coalition and continued Westminster drain of our resources. Enough is enough. Please vote for the remit back.
I now call Ari Dobson to speak in favour of the remit back. You've ticked against as well.
Aye, again. It's going to be both of them. There you go, that's fair by this. Because...
Okay.
Right, Conference, I had no plan to stand and speak today for a lot of reasons. Yesterday, I considered a remit back on our independence strategy. And I know that wouldn't have went down too well because we need something. And I had a good chat with some of the most respected people within our party, and we decided that I wasn't going to do that. I might have something more to say in a wee while when it comes to the open mic stuff. But it's what the previous speaker said. I absolutely don't disagree with his remit back. But what I want to do is take it a step further than that. You see, we had that term, keep doing the same thing time and time again and expect a different result. That was Einstein's parable. And that is what we have done. We have done that for the inception of ALBA. A vote for ALBA is a vote for independence.
I wouldn't say it's disingenuous. I would say it's the very same as what we've been doing time and time again. But it's no different sounding for what you get for the SNP and the Greens. And the people of Scotland have heard that time and time again. They need substance, they need depth. So when we're speaking on the doorstep, and Kenny, when you're talking to the media, a vote for ALBA is a vote for independence. So what happens when Westminster says no? Well, they're not going to say no, because we've learnt for 2014 that it's no we're talking about. It's now is not the time. It's not a priority for him that makes Maggie Thatcher look like a socialist, Sir Keir Starmer. And no disrespect to Tommy Sheridan when I said that. But you see what I'm saying, guys? They're not going to say no, they're just going to ignore us. But here's the other parable you heard. I don't know who was it said it. First they ignore us, then they fight us, and then we win. Now, we need to win in 2026. We can't stand by like a small party that what we are the now. ALBA is the party, the only party that can deliver independence in 2026. But we're not going to do it unless we can show an absolute change in narrative. And that change in narrative isn't going to be a vote for ALBA as a vote for independence. It's going to be something better than that, something that the people of Scotland have absolute clarity on. When you vote for ALBA, it's a vote to dissolve this rancid and decrepit union. You vote for ALBA at this next Holyrood election, it's a vote to dissolve the union in the Court of Session the very next day, under our laws and under our rights. We're right of self-determination. Within our claim of right. So what's the claim of right? Something that was voted through quite recently. It wasn't something ancient that Robert the Bruce came up with in his declarations of Arbroath. It was just a few years ago. And when we shut Holyrood down in a wee while, Holyrood no longer exists, it's dissolved. That's when we have that legislated competence that they say we don't have. Because Westminster only applies... Sorry, I thought you was going to tell me to shut up. Anyway.
No, I have tried for you to catch my eye, which you have, so I've been successful in my endeavour.
Right, OK, so I'm going to look this way before I get into trouble. No so, back to what I was saying. When Holyrood shuts down in a wee while, it's a dissolved parliament. It no longer exists. It no longer comes under the caution, the jackboot of Westminster. It's then up to the people to determine which form of government suits our needs. Well, there's your claim of right. Free of the jackboot of Westminster. It's the people of Scotland that must decide. No, the dictatorship down south. But the bit I'm getting at is the narrative and how we sell that in ALBA. When we chap the doors, and we chap the doors quite a lot, Kenny's going to be having a speech in a wee while. What was the outcomes of ALBA? Well, ALBA's going to stand, and a vote for ALBA is a vote for independence. And if the media can be bothered asking the daft question, so what happens when Westminster says now is not the time or no? Well, we've got the Supreme Court, haven't we? We could turn around and quote back to them that we've got a right to hold a referendum. But it's not going to work. What happens when they say they're not going to negotiate independence? Well, that's where we have just answered the question. A vote for ALBA is a vote to dissolve this rancid and decrepit Treaty of Union at the next Holyrood election. We're not asking, we're not negotiating, we're taking, because independence is taken, it's no given. And it's time ALBA done the taking. So when we move forward, we need to move forward with proper resolutions. No disrespect to what we've got here, it doesn't go far enough. Remit it back. I'm thinking about throwing it in the bucket, guys. But I've got to appeal to you, the delegates, to stand and ask for the narrative to be clarified so that when we chap the door, we're giving them the answers. It's not the same stuff that we've done for the past 2 or 3 years, or if you've been an SNP, the same stuff you've done for the past 10 years. Vote for us, a vote for independence. They say no, we can't do nothing about it. A vote for us is a vote to dissolve the union, so there's no grey area, there's no mere negotiation. A vote for ALBA is a vote for real independence. I'd like to talk about it later. Thank you.
I'm going to start putting the timer on. I now call Ray James to speak against the remit back, to be followed by Craig Murray, who's going to speak against the motion. Ray James.
Conference, friends, this remit back is awful. I've called many a time for Scotland the Brave to be banned until it read what it says on the tin, because so many people are scared of the country of my birth. They bark, but they will not bite. The UK Parliament has never, ever rejected a legal election in either Westminster or the devolved countries or even any Commonwealth country. You've got to have faith in yourself. A plebiscite election is the biggest fear of Westminster. They can cancel us because we stand on it. If the SNP and Greens had voted on September the 18th, 2024, to support 2026 being a plebiscite election, it would be on the news every sodden week till 2026. You've got to have faith in what the plebiscite actually means. How it's legal is that it has to be number one on the manifesto, but it also, the Electoral Commission has simplified the reasons to give us the clue to enabling legality. And that is the importance of the question has to be told twice to the voter. So it has to be a number one on the manifesto, but there is a very important thing on a ballot paper called the descriptive, and it describes what you are standing for. ALBA put Scotland should be an independent country. We are compliant with the Electoral Commission, which is an independent body in the UK that oversees electoral law. So it is internationally accepted. SNP put Scottish National Party. The Labour Party of England puts Scottish Labour. That's why they can get away with calling themselves Scottish Labour, because on the ballot paper they put Scottish Labour. Scottish Conservative and Unit Party, they can get away with it there. If they can get away with it and wind us up from election to election with that, then we can legally use Scotland should be an independent country as the descriptive on the ballot paper. Now, if we're doing it right, we have got to be in communication with the community of international nations prior to the election to tell them what the implications would be for a yes vote. We also communicate that fact to the United Nations, so everyone is aware. And on the day that every single party, independent supporting party, stands on that same plebiscite, the manifesto number one and the correct descriptive, okay, we can legally dissolve the union and start negotiations for independence. Westminster, us English, we will not say no because we've never refused a legal result of an election. So we must accept the proposal that goes through and fight every single election. We can only do it, by the way, for those who don't know, we can only do a plebiscite on the UK general election and the regional list element of the Scottish election. Why can't we use the constituency? Because there ain't no descriptive. The only descriptive is on the regional list. And it's so to be honest, as a new party, because we still are, you can see in 2026 what's going to happen. The SNP are going to stand in every seat, but the Greens are going to stand in most, like they did last July. Let them take the hammer. We don't need to take the hammer. Let's put all our energy in getting to MSPs elected in the regional list. And we don't lose that. We can't be accused of splitting the constituency vote. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ray. Thank you. I now call Craig Murray to speak against the motion, to be followed by Steve Chisholm, who will speak for the motion, to be followed by Chris McElhenney, who will speak in favour of a remit back. Craig, I'm putting everyone on a timer now. Not just you, so was the previous speaker.
Now, my motives for opposing the motion are very similar to those from the people who want to remit it back. I read the motion, I was entirely in favour. I even like the last bit that says we will cooperate with other independent supporting parties. I was then astonished to find out that the SNP is apparently counted as an independent supporting party. If I believed the SNP was an independent supporting party, I would not be here. I would still be in the SNP. The reason we left the SNP is the SNP is not an independent supporting party. The last gentleman who spoke, nobody disagrees with you. We all believe this should be a plebiscite election. But anyone believing that John Swinney is going to agree to fight an independence plebiscite election alongside in cooperation with ALBA and have the same descriptor between the SNP and ALBA on the ballot paper is living in cloud cuckoo land. It is a ludicrous fantasy. It's a fantasy. The SNP have no interest in independence. The SNP are interested in two things. They're interested in, one, their jobs and careers, and two, gender ideology. If they were ever interested in independence, they forgot it long, long ago, and that is why we are here. I did not come into politics because I wanted to out of a sense of fun or out of ego or entertainment. I did it out of a sense of duty, an idea that we have a civic duty to propose things to make lives better. And we have a duty to offer genuine independent supporters the chance of somebody to vote for on a ballot. There has been a huge gap emerged between independent support, which is higher than ever, and support for the SNP. There are 20% of all voters who support independence and who do not support the SNP. Those are the people we should be primarily targeting in constituencies and on the list. And the way to get your list vote up is to get your constituency vote up and increase your prominence. But we have a duty to offer people a genuine choice on independence. We're here in Edinburgh Central constituency. Are you really going to say to people here, independent supporters, that we're going to give them no one to vote for? That the only person they can vote for is MI5's favourite Angus Robertson if they want to be supporting independence? Is that really what you want to say? Alan Smith is going to be standing as an MSP. Do you really want, did you come into politics to support Alan Smith in the election vote? Is that actually what you want to do? Is that really what we are saying is going to be our strategy? It can't be. We deserve to give those genuine independent supporters the chance to vote for a genuine independence supporter on every sheet of paper they have in front of them. That is why we are here.
Thank you, Craig. Thank you, Craig. I now call Steve Chisholm. To speak in support of the motion, to be followed by Chris McElhenney, who will speak in favour of the remit back, to be followed by Robert Reid, who will speak for the motion. Steve?
What a great debate so far, eh? We've saved the best till last. You know, this is just so critical, and it's really personal, because getting this right recognises that this may be the last chance saloon for independence for people of my generation. It's just so serious as that. And, you know, we need to recognise tactics and take a guide from our past leader, sadly departed. Sometimes you need to lose a battle to win a war. So if that means that we have to recognise that the SNP have a place to play, or more importantly, the rank and file membership have a place to play, then let's lose that battle. But let's win the war of independence, because what's more important? Getting one over on the SNP, keeping out Angus Robertson, or in 2026, delivering independence in 2 to 3 years from now? You know, I've listened to those asking to remit back, and I don't doubt their passion for independence for a minute. And I like them, I respect their views. But we do a huge disservice to the rank and file members of the SNP and all those people out there that aren't in any party, but by God, they want an independent Scotland. So we've got to recognise our capabilities and not mix up our ambition with our capability. I stood, as many others, in 2024. We must have spent over £100,000 contesting 19 seats. And what did we get? A handful of votes and nobody elected. Do we want to take the hard-earned money of every poor, impoverished person giving £1 a month towards the ALBA Party and throw it away on constituency elections that we can't win? Or can we use it to pay for social media campaigns and walking out in the street and getting the votes of the common people that we need? I would rather see our money spent when it can make a difference, not thrown down the drain where it's not going to achieve anything practical. So let's please remember one thing. Only one thing is going to get success in 26, and that's unity. That's every person that wants independence working together with a common purpose. And if we get that maximum majority, think if you translated Angus Brendan's numbers into a parliament in 2026, independents would sleep the street. So don't waste it by listening to the Remit back. Support this motion.
Thank you, Steve. Chris McElhenney to speak in support of the Remit back, to be followed by Robert Reid, who will speak for the motion, to be followed by Neil Hanby, who will speak for the motion. Chris.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't intending to submit a card for this debate, but the last time I put a card in to speak in an independence debate at a party conference, I was booed from the stage. So I think it's really good, actually, that we've got members that are talking about a whole range of issues, because they're all valid. I don't think it is an either-or. You're wrong and you're right. There are various things that you need to take into consideration. You get about £60,000 credit for Royal Mail for every constituency you stand in. So there's a nuance there in terms of, potentially you could stand in the odd constituency, but really they're a paper candidate, because it's just about adding extra profile onto your regional list vote. But my understanding is that that's not what we're discussing today, whether ALBA's a list-only party or whether we're a list party and a constituency party, because I don't think there's anything that specifically says that in the motion, and I think there should be a future debate that we get to come prepared and set our stalls out coherently as to why we should only be a list-only party, which is the direction of travel I think I'm swaying in, whereas, last year I thought we should have stood our top candidate in one constituency in every region to give us that presence, as to get us that wee bit extra resource. But the world's moved on, and Robert Reid's slideshow earlier on shows you the world's moved on. Over the last 2 years, the Greens have become very adversarial to the SNP in the Scottish Parliament, and we watch everything. There's nothing that happens in Parliament or on social media that we don't miss. But the majority of the public, they just see a Green Party attacking the SNP, and they've seen the ALBA Party, obviously through the sad loss of Alec, talking about a lot of the achievements he made in government. They've seen Ash Regan supporting the government in a budget, and lo and behold, SNP favourability sways towards the ALBA Party. So one of the niche things about the Remit back is that you kind of get pigeonholed with everybody else, but the reality is I think every single person supporting the Remit backs for different reasons. Of course, Jim, I would have seconded your Remit back anyway, but the Remit back for me is because, and I'm happy if the Remit back falls, because I think this is a perfectly sensible position to be setting out. But ALBA Party already has an independent strategy. We agreed it at our Aberdeen National Council. We reinforced and endorsed that at our National Council. So when the mover of the motion sums up, I'd like a bit of clarity on this point to see whether I'm going to withdraw my support for the Remit back or not. This is our strategy. We fight on the election, every single election, and if we get over 50% of the vote, that's a mandate for independence. But Alex Salmond's strategy had one other very important aspect. We then hold a referendum in the Scottish Parliament on the powers of the Scottish Parliament, asking the question, should the Scottish Parliament have the powers to negotiate for and legislate for independence? And with that democratic mandate, with your overwhelming supermajority for independence in your Parliament, and then with that democratic outrage expressed by the people of Scotland in a referendum saying, yes, our Parliament is sovereign, then you take that sovereignty and you take that mandate, and that's how you go to Westminster to declare your independence. Now, that is important. This motion doesn't reference that. So I would like clarity. Are we reducing that that's no longer our party policy? Because if we're not reducing that, and we're still sticking to the fact that we actually have to use our pro-independence majority to then take it into the Parliament, to build a popular movement behind something, because elections are elections. People will have a whole host of issues. We'll be unambiguous. We'll get elected on a platform of independence. But when we get into the Parliament, we have to offer the people something. And we offer them a referendum that no UK Tory or Labour government can deny them, because it's within the competency of the Scottish Parliament. My final point, Chair, is I agree, we need to talk about the how and the why of independence, but I'm getting sick and tired of too many people not talking about the when. There's Peter Fannin sitting here behind us. You know, when will he and pensioners across Scotland and the UK get their winter fuel payment back? If we don't talk about the when, it'll be another generations of weapons of mass destruction on the Clyde. If we don't talk about the when, it'll still be 1 in 4 children living in poverty. So regardless of what we agree here today, be under no illusion, we are now the party of Scottish independence. If the mover of the motion is happy to concede that we're still sticking with the ALEC referendum, then by all means I'll support our party leadership on this motion. But be under no illusion, we are the party that will deliver independence only by keeping the SNP's feet close to that fire. Steve's right in that, Jim's right in that, Ira's right in that. There is no person that's right or wrong in this debate. We've just got a whole different range of opinions, and that's the whole goddamn point of a party conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Reid to speak in favour of the motion, to be followed by Neil Hanby, who will speak in favour of the motion. Robert.
Not for the first time, I agree with much of what Chris McElhenney has just said there. You know, this is an important conference a year out until the most important election in this party's history. Are we seriously going to remit back leadership's motion on our election strategy and leave the party in limbo for 6 months until the next election and the next conference? I don't think so. I think I'd like to address a couple of the points made by the remit back. I mean, Jim McElhenney says, you know, SNP1, ALBA 2 is madness. Jim is absolutely correct, but that is not what this motion says. We're voting on what the motion says, not what people are putting into it. I think, I mean, Craig Murray, very good speech, but again, is addressing points that the motion does not make. He talked about the Edinburgh Central constituency and saying that, you know, we're going to be encouraging people to vote for Angus Robertson. No, we're not. The constituency vote will be free for anyone to decide, but our message at the election must be and should be to appeal to those SNP voters, list vote ALBA to maximise the yes representation. You know, there was also another factual inaccuracy in what Craig said. He said that, and he used Edinburgh Central as the example, that, you know, standing in the constituency increases your list vote. I mean, in the Edinburgh Central constituency, the Greens candidate, Alison Johnson, stood. She got a lower constituency vote than she got a higher constituency vote than she did in her list vote. I got that mixed up slightly, but fundamentally, as I have showed in the slide before, the presentation before, people are aware of us now. People are liking what we're saying. SNP voters are warming to us. It would be ridiculous to stand in constituencies risking their seats, putting SNP voters off because of our own personal dislike or contempt for certain individuals. Now, I'll just finish with one little point that, or rather big point that Alec once said to me. I got a phone call from him. I was a bit of a bollocking over the phone, actually, because I tweeted something a bit daft. And he said, you know, people in this party need to start focusing on ALBA and not focusing on the SNP. But it's by focusing on ALBA that we are going to be successful. Park your hatred, park your contempt for these people, and back ALBA to the fullest extent. And fundamentally, the only way we are going to win seats in the next election is on the list vote. So that's the way we should go. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm delighted to call Neil Hanby to speak in favour of the motion, who will be followed by our last speaker, Kenny MacAskill, who will speak in favour of the motion. Neil.
Thank you very much, Chair. Conference, our antipathy for certain individuals within the SNP shouldn't cloud us from our ambition for this party. We know that in the SNP there are many, many supporters, members, who are as committed to independence as we are in this hall. They may not have reached the point where they don't feel able to stay in the party any longer, but they remain our friends, they remain our fellow travellers on the journey to independence, and we need to attract their support. We don't have the luxury of fighting constituency seats with an endless supply of funds and volunteers. That's just the reality. Our priority, our mission, as I said yesterday, is to deliver as many ALBA Party MSPs as possible. The more constituency we fight, the less support we're likely to attract from SNP voters. That is just a fact. And so the priority is to deliver a strategy that delivers the most ALBA Party MSPs into our Parliament, to make sure that the strategies that Alec envisaged that we would take forward in that Parliament to make independence a reality can be actioned, because there's no benefit to being principled to the extent that you're never elected. That is the choice. Do we want to elect MSPs, yes or no? So I think we should, let's support the motion. Let's get a strategy together that will deliver MSPs for the ALBA Party into our Parliament. And then we can mount a convincing argument for independence and press forward with ambition for Scotland.
Kenny.
It's not a remit back we need. It's moving forward. We've lost 5 months already because of a tragedy. We're not turning the page on Alec's strategy. We're reading from his script and we're building on his legacy. I endorse everything that Ray James very eloquently said. The fact is that even Margaret Thatcher has acknowledged that if the Scots vote for it, the Scots can get it. They are, in the main, very democratic people and they will accept it. But can I say, see if that wasn't to happen, I am not going to publicly tell the British government what our tactics are going to be. This isn't about who's the most macho for independence. I don't think it will happen. But if it does, let me tell you, we will have a plan. But we're not telling them what that is before we have to cross that bridge. But I endorse everything that Robert Reid and Angus very eloquently spelt out. But I also refer you back to the great eulogy made by Duncan Hamilton speaking about our friend and former leader Alec at the memorial in St Giles. He said he was a great coalition builder. And we have to recognise that we're building and going to get our votes from the well of independent supporters. There's 2 categories there. First of all, there are the independence voters. And Craig, we have to disagree on between the leadership and indeed the membership. There are people in the SNP leadership I will not cross the street for. There are people in the SNP leadership that if I am elected, I will be pressing the Crown Office to do their job, and I will be commenting. That's not the SNP membership. I was writing a column for the National, and a lady came and asked to come in. She was in the church next door. This is the hall of her church. I'm sure you won't mind me mentioning her name. Many of you in Edinburgh like SNP, and indeed the wider SNP will know a wonderful lady. She's a member of the SNP. I am not going to berate. She is a fine, decent woman. I disagree that she's still a member of the SNP, but I like and respect her, and I can tell you, there are thousands of people I like and respect out there thinking about coming over, not only joining, but certainly voting. But see if we go out and make a full frontal attack about how horrible the SNP are, then I'm publicly slapping in the face. I disagree with Swinney and SNP leadership, and we will not hesitate in challenging their sins, their failures and their omissions. But I plead with the likes of give us your list vote, recognise the logic in it, and recognise that we're on the same side. I'm already getting emails in from SNP branches telling me what's going on and telling me that they're going SNP 1, ALBA 2. We can't go to war with them. And Craig, you are right. There is a wider vote out there that no longer supports the SNP and for good reasons in many instances will not vote for the SNP. There are some that I would struggle myself to vote for, but that vote will be galvanised to us by appealing to them, by going out, as indeed when I was disturbed by Barbara and delighted to catch up with her again, I was writing the column for the National about how those people have been spoken down against, who have been demotivated, who have been told to stop marching, who have been told to wheesh, all of these things. We need to appeal to them. They're our core support, along with the Barbara convoys. We need to make sure that we're out there and all under one banner, at hope over fear, reviving the Yes movement, because what got us so close and Alec nearly delivered was based not in Holyrood with SNP MSPs. It was in the grassroots of our housing schemes. It was in the artists and the civil rights readers. It was in all the decent, ordinary people who knew that Scotland could do so much better in an independent nation and were prepared to vote for it.
Can I thank all speakers for their contribution, which has sort of morphed into the motion, into the strategy debate. It's been extremely informative, and we'll now move to a vote on the motion. First of all, we'll vote on the remit back. All those in favour of the remit back, please raise your cards. All those against? The remit back falls. All those in favour of the motion, please raise your cards. All those against? Passes unanimously. Thank you. Now, as we enjoyed that heated debate, we're now moving to a financial appeal. Nothing like putting you off your stride, eh? That is going to be introduced, and I'm not sure what I've let myself in for here, by Angus Brennan McNeill. But before you come to the stage, Angus, we're going to play a short film.
We are heading into a crucial year. The decisions we make, the visibility we create, and the conversations we have will shape the future. But to make an impact, we need your help. Every donation, no matter how small, helps us reach more people. A single billboard costs between £1,500 and £2,000, grabbing attention and spreading our message to thousands. Printing 10,000 leaflets costs around £450, putting information directly into people's hands. National newspaper ads cost around £2,000 to £3,000 each. Even simple giveaways like pens cost around £200 per 100. Every pound you donate is an investment in visibility, outreach, and ultimately, success. This very conference, bringing us together, has cost around £5,000 to make happen. National Council meetings cost between £1,000 and £2,000 each. These gatherings are essential for strategy, planning, and unity. We're proud that our membership remains financially accessible, with many contributing just £1 a month. But in reality, with production and admin costs, it's month 7 before we see any financial benefit. That's why donations are so vital. We can only make the 2026 campaign a success with your support. If you believe in what we stand for, if you want to see real change, please give as generously as you can. Every donation, big or small, takes us one step closer to victory. Donate today. Together, we can make a difference.
Conference, please welcome. Oh, he's got his hand in his pocket. No, take your time. He's got his hand in his pocket. Don't disturb a man when he's paying for something. Once you're finished, Angus Brendan McNeill.
Stay away from that corner. A few moths have come out when I opened my wallet there. Thank you. At least we've achieved a lot of this conference. It's been a great conference. We've established it Saturday afternoon, which I think is the most important thing we've done. I'm really impressed. You know, the expertise in this hall is fantastic. That last debate was exactly what any political party should be doing. And it had a range of opinions. People I agreed with, people I disagreed with, people I agreed with and then disagreed with, people I disagreed with and then agreed with. But that's what politics is about. You know, it's respecting what people say, even they say something different to you. And maybe next Tuesday you might come back and think, I actually agree with him again. This time I'm sure I agree with him. So this is what politics is about. Learning, changing and getting the best outcomes. I want to say before I do say too much about the finance, just mention Taz here, who has been absolutely fantastic in everything she's done. And I think she's brought a lovely tone to proceedings today and yesterday. I sent her a text just saying that yesterday. Really, really well done. I enjoyed Neil Hanvey's speech a lot yesterday. Fantastic. And a great deputy leader we have in the party as well. I had here Kenny's speeches are always great, but I don't need to say that really because he's just demonstrated that. He got a standing ovation for an intervention. That's a very unusual thing. But political parties, there's a group theory of groups that have the forming period, the norming period, the storming period, and then the performing period. Now, I think ALBA have definitely formed. ALBA have sort of normed. It could be said there's been a bit of storming, but I think from this conference we're certainly seeing ALBA moving to performing and ready to keep independence very much alive in that last motion that makes sure that if the trinity of independence parties aren't ready to walk together in 2026 for a plebiscite election, that can be called during that parliament. That is the important bit of making sure we have a pro-independence majority in the 26-31 parliament. So things are going the right way. And can I also say, the Gaelic signs here, fantastic. And I didn't know what Kies, Gleitchige Surchen or Vessel conservatory fee was in either language till Jim McElhenney got up and explained it. So now I've learned things in Gaelic and in English. Thank you very much, Jim. Now, my role today, I always thought of myself as a humble crofter, but that moniker was taken away from me. So I'm here today as the humble tax collector. I've even paid the taxes myself, as was witnessed by the two young gentlemen in the corner there. But the reason that we need to get this money together is campaigns cost cash. A single billboard will cost the ALBA party between £1,500 and £2,000. That's what it costs to get a billboard. Printing leaflets is 10,000. For 10,000 leaflets is 450 quid. National newspaper ads, unless it's Kenny's column, is 2,000 to 3,000 each. Even simple giveaways like pens, £200 per 100. So every pound you donate is making a definite difference to where the SNP can go, the ALBA can go and succeed. What ALBA can make the SNP do by holding their feet to the fire, I'm sure that's what I was thinking. Old habits die hard, don't they? Yeah? It is definitely Saturday afternoon. Absolutely. Now, the one thing, and my line has just been reminded me here, the one thing we're not going to do with the money We will not be buying any tents. We will not be buying any camper vans. We will not be buying anything of that sort. What we will be doing is making sure that money is used to push independence forward and to make sure people understand that by voting ALBA on the list doesn't waste the best part of 1 million votes or the votes we heard in all those regions of Scotland. So make sure, if you haven't put money in the thing, in the buckets that were going round, I actually had to go down the road to go to a bank machine because I don't really carry cash much these days. We're all sort of like members of the royal family suddenly. We're all tapping for everything. So if you haven't had any cash, please put a wee bit online. I'm especially looking at Hector MacLeod. Hector did say there were other islands were available, and I thought that was a very, very good way of saying Barra was best for Maskianach. But other methods of payment are available as well. So if you can, spread the news around your friends. ALBA, unfortunately, needs a little bit of cash just to get independence going. And remember, independence is not a lifetime goal. It's a 2 to 3 to maximum 5-year goal. And it's achievable in that length of time. Thank you. Are you happy? Thanks, Taz.
Yes. Thank you very much indeed, Angus. Now we have a special speech. Before Alex passed, as you know, was a strategic genius. He looked at what was happening to pensioners who he cared deeply about and the winter fuel payment, and encouraged John Swinney to sue the UK government for taking that payment away from our pensioners. John Swinney didn't heed the advice, so instead we have our new heroes, Peter and Flo Fanning, who are suing both the UK and Scottish governments to restore that payment. Please join me in welcoming to speak with us, Peter Fanning.
Thank you, Conference. Wow, what a welcome. Good afternoon, Conference. Thanks for giving me this opportunity to take you on a little bit of a journey that my wife Florence and I had. But I've got to clarify a couple of things. You know, it's great to be here and thank you, but I have to say, you know, the best thing about it is I'm actually in here, I've been fed, I've got heat, and I don't need to put anything on in the house. It's great, you know. I'm just wondering if... But I'm just wondering if, you know, somebody from Westminster is going to chat at my door tonight and say, but your wee light was still on, you know. But the other thing I've got to clarify is, like, anybody that saw the kind of TV bits, Alex Salmond and Taz are to blame for the halogen heater, right? I'm not a halogen heater salesman. I didn't put it there so everybody would buy one, but it's funny, everybody talks about that. And that was a great strategy that Alec and Taz came up with, because it worked. Every cameraman and every reporter that came into my house asked me where I got it for, because Granny needs one. So I'm kind of guaranteed that in the west of Scotland, the kind of sales of halogen heaters have went up and pound stretchers run out of them. But where did this start? I've got to say that it started as quite a lot of things within my life. It started in a pub. I was in, you know, that guy Robert Slavin, his pub, as usual. So we were sitting when it was announced about the kind of winter fuel being cut. And in that pub, we've got a few pensioners who debate with each other, as you do, over a pint. You know, I never pay because I talk too much. And it's my round again. But that whole debate then went from, yeah, it's terrible, to what, you know, can anybody do about it? It's an injustice. It's the usual words come out, if you like. And then a couple of days later, Robert spoke to me and says, look, I've had a word with Alex about the thing, and he seems to think there's mileage in this. And at that time, that's when I saw Alex on TV kind of saying, hey, John Swinney, you should challenge this. as a government, you should be challenging this and going back. But obviously, that didn't happen. Now, the whole thing that resonates with me is my background is mostly in community work and social work. So I know what an equality impact assessment is, and I know how it can affect people. And if I was in, and as I've said on television, and you've probably heard me, if I had to take 13 people and do an assessment on one of them and try and pass it off as an assessment of every one of them, I would be sacked. Glasgow City Council would have had me out the door before I blinked. I wouldn't even go back to my desk. So I can't understand how a whole government that's got people who are supposed to give them guidance and advice can actually get that wrong. How can you turn on the most vulnerable people, or some of the most vulnerable people, in what is supposed to be your country, your nation, your United Kingdom, or whatever it happens to be, and turn around and say, I don't need to assess you. I know what's wrong with you. I don't think that's right, and it was an injustice. From there it went to that, you know, Alex and Taz and quite a few other people had a word about it. And you looked for a couple who would be able to, if you like, be the guinea pigs. You know, wait a minute, where can we find idiots that will stand in front of your TV and give stuff? It became hard. Both Robert Slavin and myself looked about in my own area where I come from in Coatbridge, and we couldn't find anybody who was willing to go. So I kind of talked to Flo, and we agreed, yeah, we'll take it, we'll see what it's like, we'll take it forward, unbeknown to exactly what it entailed, if you like. So we had a press conference in Edinburgh, at which Alex and Taz and Govan Law Centre, who are very, very supportive of the whole thing, and have took me through it stage by stage, and the encouragement from my own Laku. Believe it or not, I'm a member of ALBA, although people seem to think. I'm actually Vice Chair of North Lanarkshire, so I'm not just on there kind of giving it on the ALBA bandwagon and holding on to you. I believe, and all that belief came from listening to Alex. But at that press conference, there was something before it that Alex, when he was talking to me, said. And he says, Peter, he says, do you understand what you're actually doing? And I says, well, aye, I think so. I'm standing up for injustice and all that. He says, aye, he says, but you need to think about it this way, he says. See if you've got a problem and it's worth talking about, then you talk about it. But see if you've talked about it, it's worth addressing. And see if it's worth addressing, it's worth fighting for. And see if it's worth fighting for, it's worth seeing it through to the end. And I made Alec a promise that, yeah, I'll not give up, and I'll take it all the way through. And I made Taz the same promise after Alec's death, that I wouldn't give up, that was going to be my legacy to Alec, because he gave me the backbone to stand up to some of the stuff. Now, the funny thing about the whole thing is that we had that press conference on the Thursday, and on the Saturday, I went on a Caledonian travel trip, which was down to Liverpool, Chester, and Windermere. And we get clapped onto the bus because people recognised us for the press conference. And then we arrived in a hotel, which was in Liverpool, and people at dinner time clapped us as well and come over and said, that's great, the thing you're doing. Met shopkeepers in Chester that said, you know, that's fantastic, you're the two people. All that came about because of the support that I got from ALBA and the Govan Law Centre, the RMT Union who put in funding, and the Equality Human Rights Commission. And when we were in court and you know, kind of, sorry, before we went to court and we were talking about it, the lawyer can ask me about, you know, what I thought about that, and I'm going, well, see if all these people, like the ALBA Party, like the European Commission, like the RMT and all that are saying that it's a worthwhile cause, who am I to argue? So I need to see this through, I know go. So we did. We then started getting interviews from various kind of television bits. And the best about it was, out of all the people who interviewed us, all the way through from that first meeting, where Alex was there to, let's say it, hold my hand, he said to me before we went in front of it, he says, see if you say, or you're starting to say anything wrong, see when you feel the wee kick at your leg, that's you to stop. So he's been right there from the start. And he's still there. He's in my heart, and until this is finished, I'll continue. And even after it, I believe I'll continue to think about him. He gave me the strength to kind of take it on. And as I said, standing in front of the cameras then became easy. Because what he instilled in me is, it's possible to fight injustices, have the truth, as long as you stick to the right facts. And conference, I think that's what we should be doing as an ALBA party as well. Let's give the people the facts. Let them know what we stand for and what the future holds. And that if they stand together and they have the courage to stand in front of other people saying, no, that's not right, that's not what I want, then we will get those list votes and we will get those SMPs. But getting on to the court stuff, it's we ended up getting into a court session in Edinburgh. And I've got to tell you, and don't you laugh, Graham, right? But I think when that place was built, everybody must have been tiny. Because you sit on the bench, right, that's only got half a bum you can get on. And in front of you, you get this wee kind of lap thing, but it's got a fold-in bit. So when you fold out to put your laptop up, it's up here. So you're sitting there. But it's got, the benches are the kind of standard benches, but it's got a wee tilt bit on it where you put your feet, and that puts your knees up to your chin, you know. So you sit like that, hoping you can hear what the judge is asking, right, and what they can say. But that whole thing was a kind of a nightmare, not because of that, but because of the jargon that was used. And I'm kind of quite used to jargon, but I think listening to KCs, and I've got to say my KC was Joanna Cherry, who actually... Her and Mike Daly and Rachel Moon from McGovern Law Centre talked me through every stage, and see having that support there, that was fantastic, because you knew what was going to happen. But in thinking back about it, and that very first conference that we had, when we actually launched it, Alec had told me, this is what they'll do, that's what we'll do, that's what will happen. And guess what? It happened. It happened exactly more or less the way he said. Anyway, what happened was we'd go to the court of session, we'd challenged the whole thing, and you had Joanna kind of presented the case from her point of view, quite factual, quite truthful, quite whatever, and I'm going, that's good. And then the English Casey, who will remain nameless, kind of sent myself and one of my colleagues, Alan, to sleep, who was there supporting me, because he went on about a drawl, but he just kept saying the same thing. It's not ours, it's not within jurisdiction. Despite Joanna saying, when the actual decision was made, I was entitled to winter fuel payment, and I was classed as being one of the people who did, as did my wife and thousands of others. All of a sudden, we were disenfranchised because, according to him, we were not part of Great Britain. And that's what the decision was made. We are not part of Great Britain. Right, so you stay in Scotland, you're not part of ours. So that was his argument. And he kept pointing to the opposite end, to the wee Scots KC, and going, his government's fault because they made the decision where you stay in your house and all that. And the argument about the whole thing about who made the first decision and who created the whole problem and the issue and did not carry out the original equality impact assessment, he tried to lose it. But with the wee bulldog called Joanna who kept bringing it back and going, no, this is what's in the papers, this is what you said. And eventually what happened was the 2 days it was supposed to be went into 3, and it was only heard on the 25th there. So where it stands at the moment is that Lady Hood, who I think was asking the guy all these questions in legal jargon, but Joanna can explain to me what she's asking is, why are you saying that? Because you're contradicting yourself. Every time you open your mouth, you're contradicting yourself. He's either a UK subject, a British subject, or he's no. You can't say, aye, he is there, but he's not there. Aye, he might be there. So there was a bit of confusion. I think she's been good as well. Well, where it stands at the moment is there'll be a deliberation by Lady Hood, which can take up to 12 weeks, but we believe that there might be a hint of what is coming out within that. But I'm quite confident. I think we put up a good fight. And I'm sitting and I'm thinking to myself that part of the time, and what Alex says is we might get part right and we might get part of it wrong. And I think we've already got something right. Because if you think about it, a week after we held that conference in Edinburgh, the Scottish Government decided they were going to look at it. Okay, whoops. The Scottish Government decided they were going to look at it again. And then, lo and behold, winter fuel payments going to go back in, but only for this year. Because they can't do anything about last year, because the court case going on. So there's a half a win there, if you like. And then Mr Sarwar decides, like, if, and I hope it's a big if for him, we win the election in Scotland, the Labour Party will reinvent herself again and will give you your money back. You know, I don't believe that. Because that's the same Labour Party that told us when they got power this time that we were going to be better off from day one, that there was nothing wrong. We have looked at everything and then started victimising not only ourselves as pensioners, but the waspy women, looking at Greensmouth disappearing without putting up any type of fight or whatever. Now looking at PIP and taking the money off people with PIP or making them jump through hoops to get it. So I don't believe a word they say, but I'll always remember and I'll always believe what Alex Salmond did to assist me and help me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter. It gives me great pleasure to invite Jim Eadie to introduce a very special tribute to Alex Salmond. Jim Eadie.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, Conference. May I, on behalf of Conference, thank you for all that you have done to serve this party since its inception, and to thank you for the dedication and commitment you continue to show to help keep ALBA moving forward as a fighting force for Scotland and for independence, just as Alec would have wanted. If Robert Burns, in the words of American President Abraham Lincoln, was Scotland condensed into a personality, then Alex Salmond was the cause of independence distilled into his personality. apart from Moira and Alec's family, it is those of us in ALBA who mourn Alec's passing the most. We all feel his loss most acutely, but we remember every day a life lived to the full in the service of our noble cause, the cause of independence which he came within touching distance of achieving. Alec understood the importance not just of taking Scotland's side, but of taking sides within Scotland, of wanting to create not just a free Scotland, but a fairer and socially just nation as well. As an admirer of former Labour Prime Minister Harold Wilson, and I was mentioning this at lunchtime to a former minister in his government who is now a member of this party, Wilson, speaking directly to the Labour movement, said, "Politics is about people. Most of us owe our earliest lessons to our concern with ordinary families, our own families. Many of us were first moved by seeing the impact of depression and unemployment on not only the living standard, but the dignity and pride of neighbours, friends and relatives." That was written in the 60s, but it's as true today as it was then. Alec began every episode of Scotland Speaks with the words, "This is an exciting time in Scotland's story, and understanding our past will help us determine our future. Therefore, it is my great honour to introduce to you the historian and the original lad o' Pearts, Owen Dudley-Edwards, to tell us more about Alec's immense and unrivalled contribution to our past and to Scotland's story, the final chapters of which are still to be written. A Fellow of the University of Edinburgh, he has published widely on the history, culture and literature of Ireland, not least of all in relation to its founding father, Eamon de Valera, as well as writing and commentating on Scotland and the United States. Owen is one of our foremost thinkers and intellectuals, along with the late Tom Nairn, Stephen Maxwell and Neil Asherson, has been a major proponent of what has become known as left-wing nationalism. He dedicated his latest book, Our Nations and Nationalisms, to his ever-loving wife, Bonnie Dudley-Edwards, who I'm delighted to say is also with us today, and to Alec. He called both Bonnie and Alec his two great creators. I can think of no one who is better placed to offer his own reflections on the immense contribution to the history of Scotland and the independence movement. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a very warm reception to Owen Dudley-Edwards.
Conference, this is a wonderful honour for me, for which I am certainly not worthy. It's a great privilege to associate myself very much with what our previous speaker has just said, except to disagree fundamentally with what he has said about me, which was far too polite, and also to pay a tribute to all of the work of this great party and to wish it, in the name of Scotland, every successful future, but specifically to thank our chair today, who did so much for Alec himself in good times and bad, and whose tremendous personal efforts did so much to carry our message to the country and the world. What would Alex Salmond be doing if he were here today, if he was speaking to you now? He would be making us laugh, because that was one of the signal qualities of his character, of his place in history, and his achievement for Scotland. He was essentially a laughing statesman who made the rest of us laugh too, who in so many respects constantly appealed to the sense of humour, who made pomposity what we were trying to destroy, who made joy what we were trying to achieve, who believed in a humanity which would redeem its horrible crimes from seeing not only the evil, but the contemptibility, the self-righteousness which accompanied them. He was someone, as I think of his place in history, I think he would be quite pleased with me for quoting from Bernard Shaw's play about the American Revolution, The Devil's Disciple, in which at one point General Burgoyne explains to a stupid subordinate among the British higher command that the force of George III was about to have to surrender at Saratoga. And the wretched underling says, "But, sir, what will history say?" And Burgoyne replies, "History, sir, will tell lies as usual." Now, Alec would be all in favour of our remembering that and to remember that what we are there to eradicate. For the kind of history which, a matter of 100 years ago, was being taught and continued down the centuries, so often being taught in all the schools, was a history which airbrushed Scotland very largely out, except for a great deal of stuff about the gallant regiments who did so much to build up the empire, etc., etc. Alec was, of course, historian himself, trained at St. Andrews, and who, like St. Margaret, he was a medieval historian, and he would be glad that I should mention St. Margaret, Queen of Scotland, that refugee, that asylum seeker, who herself did so much as Queen to build up the links between Aberdeen and Edinburgh, which Alec is a St. Andrews graduate, between St. Andrews and Edinburgh, and as a St. Andrews graduate, and did so much to unite the intellectual traditions of there and here, to join up with the greater understanding of Scotland's history and to encourage it in so many directions. And as a medievalist, of course, he would have looked back to the first reference to a Scotland long before it was called Scotland, 2,000 years ago, the Battle of Mons Graupius, at the beginning of which Calgacus, the leader of the forces against the Roman Empire, ended with the words, speaking of the Romans, "They have made a desert and called it peace." And that, of course, 2,000 years later, is what is still happening. And in the name of empire, in the name of force, in the name of bloodshed, we are still being told to put our humanity behind us, to forget all about what a true welfare state needs, what seeking to the welfare of the weakest of us, the poorest of us, the most wounded of us, all to be swept aside so that more and more money is be spent on weapons of mass destruction. Everywhere you look around you, that same plea is being made, except here. That time and again, you people, everything must be sacrificed to defense. You are told the greatest means of the greatest responsibility for any statesman is the security and defense of their country. What do they mean by defense? Making sure we can kill more and more people. Remember the old cry from the anti-nuclear movement, which Alex was so proud a member and so vehement an apostle? The alteration of God rest ye merry gentlemen into A merry little missile is flying overhead. It's there to kill the Russians when the rest of us are dead. Oh, tidings of comfort and joy. We are still back to that situation now. And in the course of it, of course, the authorities are eradicating the furtherance of human knowledge. The human knowledge, that human knowledge itself must be set back on a ruthless materialistic yardstick in which less and less history, culture, civilization, humanity will be taught, and so much else simply sacrificed to profitability, and above all, the profitability of war. Now, in obviously quoting from Kolgakos, and I may say that classicists have argued, oh, well, that speech was really made by Tacitus himself because the Romans wrote the speeches of the histories they wrote. Well, Tacitus may not have been present at the Battle of Mons Gropius, but his wife was. His mother was, because he was talking about it in the Life of Agricola. And they were therefore present when Agricola would have been interviewing captured people who would have remembered that, the last line of the speech, if they didn't remember the great passages itself quoted in the Life of Agricola. That face he has made a solitude and a desert and called it peace. Solitudinam faciunt pacem solitudinam faciunt pacem appellant. And the history that we had been given in the past had been redeemed so much by the great work put into Scottish nationalism, not just in a crass chauvinistic history, God knows all nations can produce that, but into finding out what has really happened, the sense to which Scotland had been made so often to be made an invisible country. Scotland, whose achievement, which Alex relished so much and drew so much from, in terms of the Scottish Enlightenment itself, for instance, William Robertson, the great principal of Edinburgh University, who's the moderator of the General Assembly of the Church of Scotland, whose library was wrecked by a Protestant mob when he came out in favour of Catholic emancipation in 1779. That achievement, building up history from the archives as it really was, that history which would enable us to find what the ordinary lives of people were, in the tradition of Walter Scott, who invented social history and through his novels made us understand what the lives of ordinary people on all levels were. Of Robert Burns, so justly quoted a moment ago, whom we have to think of once more, bringing the people to life as he did from the very makings of poetry, from the traditions in music, from what had been handed down through the folk stories. The very church in which we consecrated our devotion to Alec's memory, St. Giles, which had been held at the time when the Reformation was demolishing churches all over Scotland. It was held in being by the man whose eloquence had resonated there, John Knox himself. And the example of figures like that meant so much to Alec as, for example, Knox's readiness sometimes to see where he was wrong. Knox's courage, as Alec, for example, showed in his youth in the SNP when he joined the 79 group and was, as it turned out, completely illegally expelled from the party, but that he was ready to do it, however much he thirsted to go forward within the party and build up the cause of Scotland. We have to remember his courage was there, and so too was his readiness from time to time when he said that he thought he was wrong about some action of his or other, or of some opinion he had held at a formal stage where he had found evidence to say something else, thinking in that respect, for instance, of Robert Bruce's readiness to recognise he had been wrong in killing the Red Come In. If you to think back upon figures such as Keir Hardie, whose own bravery in the House of Parliament and everywhere pleaded so well in Scotland and across these islands for the working person. I will not disfigure this tribute by talking about other people called Keir. though I rather admire the remark of the lady who said she was sorry that a certain statesperson's mother had chosen to give him that first name. Keir Hardie made a major part in doing something that Alex Salmond would do so well, civilising the House of Commons. They said after he was dead that he had become a great House of Commons personality. House of Commons personality, my foot, he had civilised the place. He had burst asunder ridiculous, pompous, self-righteous conventions, which were also intended, of course, to keep the public far and away in a state of reverence, to make people realise the revival of the Irish principle of yielding results by obstruction and forcing attention to an Ireland that in the 1880s the governments tried to shovel aside, and similarly Alex Salmond, directly using the example of Parnell with his own study and enthusiasm for history, put the future of Scotland within the British Parliament not simply on a hard-working basis, but on a reforming, transforming, if necessary, revolutionary basis. He was, of course, somebody passionately for peace. To that extent, he would have disagreed with Calcutta. But he committed, in the best traditions of Scottish nationalism, the principle of non-violence, and also reaching out past this island to Daniel O'Connell, the great father of repeal, creator of Catholic emancipation, and the great crusader against slavery throughout the world. For like O'Connell and Parnell, Alex Salmond believed in a universality of Scottish nationalism, that our belief in an independent Scotland was one in which we wanted to give the example to the world of a nationalism which would love instead of hate, a nationalism at peace and instead of war, a nationalism priding itself upon what it could do to advance human causes, a nationalism which of course derived so heavily from Gandhi, from Martin Luther King, the civil rights movement in America, but a nationalism which could have no truck with violence at all. Now, that principle also derived from Scottish nationalism itself. We have to think, for example, of members of the leaders of the party who were ready to go to jail in the cause of peace and against war. We don't think of Douglas Young, who was the head of the Scottish National Party in the Second World War and went to jail rather than accept a conscription imposed on the people of Scotland without seeking their consent. And of course, there are others, Mike Grieve, for example, who went to jail exactly on the same account just after the war was over, and others still. The great woman who was Alex's unsuccessful rival for the chairmanship, for the leadership of the SNP, Margaret Bain, afterwards Margaret Ewing. She was one of the many who joined their hostility to CND with their delight and crusading for an independent Scotland. So that tradition of peace was what he testified to, spelled out to us for, and led us towards. If we talk about mistakes, looking back from history, we have to remember that, yes, history does tell lies in all sorts of ways. Because of Alex's primacy about the importance of intellect and the furtherance of intellect and the pursuit of true history, therefore, we will find a better kind of history. We must remember that when Alex first emerged in politics, about the 1950s, 1960s, 1970s, that until the SNP began to make gains, your characteristic figure was Anstruther Gray, Member of Parliament for East Lothian, when interviewed in the 1964 election, was asked, "Do you know your constituency?" and replied, "Certainly, I've hunted over it several times." That was the kind of parliamentary representation Scotland had. It was a carpetbag country, Scottish nationalism, but above all, led by the tremendous prowess, wisdom and laughter of Alex Salmond was what ensured that Scotland would have to be thought of in terms of human international history, the history of non-violent constitutionalism, the history of somebody who was ready to take the fullest possible advantage where need be in tactics and strategy. As a non-violent man, he was a wonderful general, and he knew exactly how to be so. Looking back upon his life and drawing on it again and again, seeing how often so many figures in Scottish history, figures of that kind of courage, figures including Mary Queen of Scots giving her life for her religion, those figures of courage, those figures of conviction, those believers in humanity, what pride we can take of him, but how much we must ensure he is not simply dwarfed to the level of just a politician. He was somebody who stands across those 2,000 years of Scottish history and brings it to still so magnificent and triumphant a continuation. Let us pledge ourselves to go forward in his name and thanking God for it, despite the fact that, like Jesus Christ, he was so often betrayed and, in a real sense, gave his life for us.
Thank you very much indeed, Owen Dudley-Edwards. So thoughtful. I'd now like to pass over to Neil Hanvey, who will introduce the highlight of conference, our party leader's speech. Neil.
Conference, as we've just heard, it will be impossible. It would be impossible. It is impossible to replace Alex Salmond. However, Kenny MacAskill has little need to try, because alongside Alex, since their school days, he has carved out a reasonably large chunk of a place in Scotland's story independently. As a lawyer, a campaigner, an MSP from 1999 to 2014, a Cabinet Secretary for 7 of those years, and as ALBA's first Member of Parliament. He's unafraid to stand up for what's right, against the might of the state, against international pressure, or the wiles of errant political leaders. It was Kenny who recruited me to ALBA, and from Gaza to Grangemouth, UK military action in Iraq and Scottish sovereignty, and on the injustice of fuel-poor Scots in energy-rich Scotland, no voice has been stronger. Kenny is a fierce, passionate advocate for truth and justice, and it was an honour to serve alongside him in Westminster, and it has been, as it has been, my duty to stand with him since Alex's sad passing and recent challenging times. He was Alex's choice of deputy for a reason, and your choice of ALBA Party leader similarly so. Conference, please give it up for Kenny MacAskill.
Thanks, colleagues, and thanks, Neil. It was fitting that we heard Owen's tribute. Alec was our founder, our leader, and most of all, our friend. His passing is a tragedy for us all, his family, his friends, and our nation. His eloquence, as well as his banter, sorely missed. I'd like to just record my own personal tribute to the man I now require to follow in office, and who I was privileged to know and work with over decades. We went back a long way, even to school, as Neil said. We had our ups and downs, as happens in any close relationship, but he always knew that we had each other's backs and we'd be at each other's side. I recall meeting him with Jim Sillars when scurrilous allegations were first made against him. The irony of two who had challenged him the most during his leadership, at his side when others cravenly colluded, departed, or remained silent. But such are how strong friendships are formed, through mutual respect. We had campaigned in the West Lothian we grew up in, been comrades in the 79 group, fought Thatcher's hated poll tax, and taken old SNP into government. I was with him when he was vindicated in the Court of Session in January 2019, when Lord Pentland, now the Lord President, Scotland's most senior judge, found that the Scottish Government had acted illegally, unfairly, and tainted by apparent bias. Shamefully, rather than accepting the court's conclusions, Leslie Evans stated they had lost a battle, not the war. Alec then having to endure a criminal trial, almost unprecedented in its scale, yet one in which a jury of his peers acquitted him on all charges. I stood with him through it all, and I was with him when he made his political turn, forming our party. He will never be forgotten. He is part of our soul, he's in our DNA, and we will deliver his dream. I was honoured to be supported in my decision to stand for leadership by those closest to him and who he loved the most. Equally, we will not forget that a great wrong was done to him. I will not comment on ongoing court proceedings, but justice needs done for Alex Salmond. Full disclosure of all documents by the Scottish Government and other agencies are required, as there should also be a judge-led inquiry into the actions of that government and individuals within it. Justice demands no less. And this party will never cease remembering our mentor and seeking justice for him. For the naysayers who proclaim that our cause has passed along with Alec, they should remember they slandered the great Parnell, and despite his passing, Ireland still became free. Which takes me on to my new role. It's one I never sought and for which we all wish a need had never arisen. But as with stepping up as acting leader following his passing, it's what he'd have expected. I've sought to steady the ship and now seek to build on his legacy as we go forward for him and our cause. And I'm grateful to staff who continue to serve us during this trying time, and Tasmina in particular, and to the NEC and office bearers for sharing the load. For Alec, we'd as always expect us to get focused and prepare. For it's now up to us to deliver the dream he came so close to achieving of Scottish independence. I'm minded of another independence campaign, this time that of the United States of America. As conflict waged, Thomas Jefferson was dispatched to Paris to succeed Benjamin Franklin as US ambassador there, and where an alliance for America's independence was essential. When it was suggested that he was a replacement for the greatest of the founding fathers, Jefferson commented, "No one can replace him, sir. I am only his successor." But I step up along with each and every one of you to play our part in concluding his great journey. I am honoured to lead a party which remains true to its principles of Scottish independence and a just and fair society. For Alec's love of Scotland was rooted in its people and in seeking to advance their cause. Not the lords or ladies, but the common folk in our communities, the length and breadth of this land, from wherever and whenever they may have come, but who have made this their home. I do, though, have to start with a confession. One I hope you can forgive me. What is my sin? Well, I drive a Tesla. Aye, Mr. Musk's car. Not his, of course, but one made by his firm, though, which is losing sheer value day upon day as he spouts his venom. But I was offered it for free, and being a canny Scot, I took it, giving my battered Skoda to my youngest. But I can assure you that whilst I drive a Tesla, it won't stop me denouncing the evils of these oligarchs and the society they seek to ferment. Indeed, to be fair, it's a right good car, and it helps me get around to spread our gospel and counteract his bile. But frivolity aside, there's work to do. Alec has bequeathed us all a great legacy. For the nation, it's in the benefits and infrastructure all around. For our party, it's the base he built and the strategy that he left. His plan in 2021 was correct. It was timing which undermined it. In elections, you can get them spectacularly wrong and pay the price. You can get them right and reap the rewards. But there's also times when what you do is right, but the timing just isn't. And so it was in 2021, a backdrop of COVID, the hostility of Nicola Sturgeon and our SNP 1 and 2 call, despite knowing the outcome, and even the overhang from the unjust court cases he faced. But it was the correct strategy. Scotland would be a better place had ALBA made the breakthrough in 2021. There would have been no tawdry Butte House agreement and the travesty of the coalition with the Greens. But we move on, as Alec was preparing to go again. A list vote for ALBA and not a wasted vote for SNP has never been clearer to independent supporters. ALBA provides an independence vote which can count for independent supporters. There's a growing number who support independence but won't vote SNP. Alex Salmond's government, in which I was proud to serve, were noted for their competency, capability and credibility. Yet now, from ferries through deposit return schemes to the shameful ScotWind sell-off, it looks a distant dream. And that's without mentioning gender self-ID. We give a reason and a party to vote for to those committed to independence, one which can provide that independence majority given the voting system. So we will work with the independence movement and with all independent supporting parties for our common cause. We will work with the SNP, but it doesn't mean that we won't call out their errors or fail to challenge them on their actions. But would they really prefer to align with a unionist party to stay in power rather than side with fellow independent supporters to deliver our cause? This is their chance to live up to their rhetoric, and which has been missing these last 9 years. For our land is blessed with great talent and wealth, yet it's scarred by immigration and assets being taken for a song. The tragedy of Scotland is not how bad things are for so many. The lives of many, and especially children, are blighted by excruciating and worsening poverty. But many, if not most, this is a great place, and our lives are comfortable. The real tragedy of Scotland is that for a land blessed with so much, it is underperformed and under-delivered. A nation provided with assets such as its great universities, its industrial base and entrepreneurial skills, and especially its two natural bounties of oil and gas, and now renewable energy. Yet lands with far less have delivered so much more. I recall chapping a door in the 1980s to be met by an old lady from County Mayo, incredulous that I saw independence like her economically troubled native land. Yet now the economy of the Emerald Isle shines, and its people's wealth is greater than ours, despite having far less advantages. The difference is Ireland is independent, making mistakes, of course, but able to remedy them when they do. There's a lesson there for us. I was driven home after the Westminster elections when I went to Estonia and Finland on business. I left a Grangemouth in Alloa, which I had known since my childhood, and in the doldrums, if not despair. The Estonia and Finland, I found, were booming, and far from the lands I had visited years before. I first went to Estonia in 1996, only a handful of years after it had escaped the Soviet yoke, and the challenges they faced were immense. But they had done so, and the vibrancy of their economy and wealth in their society was evident. Finland likewise, a land lost almost 40% of its GDP in exports when the Soviet Union collapsed. but without oil or gas in the Baltic Sea or renewables in the Gulf of Finland. But it has a higher income and a greater standard of living for its people, and it doesn't have the poverty and despair that blights ours. What marks out those lands is that they are independent nations, the same as Norway or Denmark, and where again they're outperforming our land with less advantages than held by Scotland. It's why independence remains essential. It's why we need to prepare for 2026 and get organised and get working. We need to explain the how and why of independence and get out and take it onto the doors and the streets of our cities, towns and villages. Social media is all fine and well, but the old-time religion in what we say and how we do it is also required. Housing, health, jobs and the economy are to the fore for people, and meeting them face to face is essential. Nor, though, will we forget others or our place in the world. We were told in 2014 that Britain would be a force for good. Instead, it's not just complicit, but facilitating a genocide in Gaza, selling arms, selling arms and allowing its military bases to be used. Oh, for Scotland to be an independent nation speaking out against this horror like Ireland. We seek not just a better and fairer country, but a better and fairer world, and one that avoids precipitating us into World War III. ALBA will never endorse Scottish boots on the ground in Ukraine. It's peace we need, and edging away from a nuclear holocaust where Scotland shamefully remains a prime target. To achieve the breakthrough, Neil and I will be travelling the country, supporting activists along with other office bearers. You can see me in my Tesla. Ash will be leading from the front in Holyrood, continuing our sterling efforts promoting independence and protecting women and children. Together, we can get our message out. That's also the way to tackle reform in the populist right. It's not a meeting of failing politicians that's required, but action on public services. It's failures in housing, health and employment which are fuelling frustration among so many. The scapegoating of a minority, just a cover for insidious forces who would privatise the NHS, undermine workers' rights and further enrich the oligarchs. This party will always oppose such views, whether from reform or individuals, no matter how rich and powerful. The how is to make this Holyrood contest a plebiscite election, where every vote for ALBA is a vote for independence. Nicola Sturgeon's folly of a Supreme Court challenge, one of many it has to be said. Any organisation with UK in their name are never likely to be sympathetic, and she knew that. We've debated that, and it will be our policy platform. No more, please, sir, can we have another referendum. We will neither demean ourselves nor delude the Scottish people. With a referendum ruled out, the democratic route to independence is through an election. Even Margaret Thatcher, the Iron Lady, recognised that if the Scots vote for independence, they will get independence. The Supreme Court ruled out a referendum, but recognised the legitimacy of an election. That's why every vote for ALBA is a vote for independence. A majority of votes cast for independence parties at this Holyrood election must be our Independence Day. But as well as the how, we also require to make the case for the why. Polls continually show support for independence higher than in 2014 and often ahead. Yet people don't see it as coming or even appreciate the need for it. It's like Scotland qualifying for the World Cup. Something nice to have, but without understanding the necessity, or sometimes even believe it's going to come. It's why we must show the link between constitutional change and social and economic advancement. And nothing makes the case for independence more than the absurdity of an energy-rich land seeing half of its people in fuel poverty, as we hailed so eloquently earlier by Peter Fanning. Or a major oil-producing nation seeing its refinery shut, as we heard from Chris Hamilton yesterday. An energy-rich land where our natural resources exploited with no economic benefits for our country, and yet facing the environmental damage as it's transmitted south. Labour's sell-out of Grangemouth and the tokenism of a brass plate on an office in Aberdeen is not what's needed for Scotland's energy wealth. The tragedy of the Scottish Government, as Peter said, is they neither tried nor even protested. We must show that independence can allow us to benefit from our natural resources, to provide for our people just as Norway, Denmark and other nations do. Independence is no guarantee that mistakes won't be made. They've been done by other nations, as Ireland experienced, the same as they've been made in Scotland under devolution. But the reason that independence is essential is that only Scotland can solve Scotland's problems and remedy Scotland's mistakes. Only Scots will put Scotland's interests first, and only an independent nation can do that, which is why independence is the key. We were lied to in 2014. Brexit was foisted on us, sterling has plummeted, austerity is morphing, and Britain acting shamefully and cravenly internationally. And the future of Britain is frightening. It was a Labour MP who told me that Labour faces a thrashing with a reformed Tory coalition inheriting. Boris Johnson would seem a paragon of virtue if that happens. It's why Scotland needs to be independent. Colleagues, we inherited a great legacy from Alex Salmond. It's now up to us to build on his bequest and to deliver the dream he cherished. We work together to achieve that. A breakthrough in 2026 is coming, but the scale of it depends on what we do. That's all of us. It's the collective that will deliver for our cause, not an individual. It was that people's movement in 2014 which took us so close and which still remains. Our role is to energise them, work with them and together make the case for independence which Scotland so badly and urgently requires, and that's why it has to be Lisbo Alba for independence and for Alex Salmond. Thank you.
Well, conference, it's Saturday afternoon and not Friday, just a wee reminder to Angus. And at the start of yesterday, I wasn't sure if we'd get through it, but we did, together. And that's thanks to lots of people, which I'd like to start with. The past few months have been difficult, tortuous, but the headquarter team have been absolutely exemplary. And we'd like to pay a special tribute and thanks to Corrie Wilson, and I know the leadership have something they would like to give to her. Stand up, Corrie. I promise you, conference couldn't have happened without her and her very small team, but you do the job of so many people and we are so grateful to you. I'd also like to thank someone else for whom this time has been very difficult, but has been here on the door, being kind and nice and sweet, and that's Gail Henry. I'd like to thank all of you, all of our members, for your support during this difficult time and through this conference, for the motions you submitted, even those of you who are grumpy because they weren't accepted. Just keep going. To all of the LACUs for your efforts. Thank you to the stewards, to Ewan, Owen, Veronica, Christopher and Joe. Thanks to my family, to Corey's family and to Gail's family. I'd like to thank SLS for our AV support. And I'd also like to say thank you to Peter Fanning for your bravery. It's taken 2 Scottish pensioners to take on the might of 2 governments, but they're ALBA members and they'll do it till the job is done. I'd like to thank Owen Dudley-Edwards for a beautiful tribute and an amazing history lesson. I absolutely know Alex would be proud of that educational and historical journey which you took us on in his honour. Thank you, Owen. I know how much you loved him. I'd like to thank the party leadership and their families. It's challenging for all families involved in politics, and you've both, Kenny and Neil, been tremendous in really difficult times, giving the support where it needed to be given and always being there for all of us. Dealing with the challenges that we've had through abject grief is really hard, but you did it. Thank you. At the start of conference, I said that we should dedicate to Alex, and I hope and I'm sure we have done him proud. What would you want us to do next? Well, many people have said that they think they know what Alex would want us to do, but he told us what he wanted to do. He told us to get off social media and get on the doors. That was his instruction. We have to campaign to win. So ignore the people on social media who are trying to do us and our quest to free our country down. They don't matter. What matters is what we practically do to change people's minds. I was campaigning in the Gorbals last week with Nick Jury. I've campaigned in every by-election, but we are campaigning out with by-elections now with Nick Jury. And I was wearing a baseball cap, an ALBA baseball cap. I don't often do that. I might do it more frequently because I encountered somebody on the door who hasn't voted for years, voted for independence, and served in the armed forces. And he said to me, "How old are you?" Because I told him I had 4 children. He says, "You look about 23. So I tell you something, if you've not got a cap, get one, because it takes decades off your age. But the important thing is what he said to me. He said, "We need another William Wallace, or a Robert the Bruce, or another Alex Salmond." And I said, "We don't have that." He said, "Then you need your army to stand up and be the power that Scotland needs to see, to give the hope that the people of Scotland need to see is there for them. And tell them it's worthwhile coming out to vote again, because yes, we need the votes of those people who support independence and support the SNP and indeed other parties. But more than any other vote, we need the votes of people who think there's no point in voting at all, because it is for those people who think we don't care and Scotland doesn't care that we need their support to show them that with their votes, we can create the Scotland that they and their children deserve. So that is the job in hand. We have to campaign. Campaigning changes minds. We tap on doors, we have no baggage. We have just inspiration and hopes for the future and policies to deliver and ideas that everyone else has run out of. We have them, and we have the passion, and we have a legacy. So let's do it. Thank you.
I would just like to make this presentation to Tasmina, because we know that Tasmina was at Alex's side in his final moments. She remained on in North Macedonia to ensure that he was brought back in a dignified way. She has had to endure some vile accusations made by many people. The ALBA Party could have collapsed, as had been suggested by the media following Alex's passing. The fact that we are here today is down to no small measure to Tasmina, who has kept this party together, who has had to, as I say, deal with the own personal trauma of what she experienced those 5 months ago. But she did so because she realised that it's her duty. She is seeking to deliver for her friend, and that is why it's my privilege and honour to give her this, the bouquet.
Now we're going to end in Scots We Hate, and it's not going to be me that leads you off. So who's in the best voice to get us going? Look at everyone. Let's just sing it collectively, and also in memory of Alex.
This is